welcome. On behalf of all the co-organizers of today's meeting, I would like to welcome you. The co-organizers are the University of Technology, the Wrocław University, and Economic University, as well as my own institution, the Polish Academy of Science, an Institute for Temperatures and Structural Researches. This is the first opportunity in Lower Silesia for exchange of experiences and plans. We will focus on economy based on hydrogen as the carrier of energy and as the raw material. We will talk about novel solutions and opportunities to use the existing hydrogen-based technologies. Hydrogen and energy have a long common history. 200 years ago, in 1907, hydrogen was used in the first engines. Right now, it is part of the refineries, the sector of ammonia production, steel production, and other sectors. Hydrogen is light, it's easy to store, its use does not produce carbon dioxide emissions. But in order to to realize the benefits of hydrogen as clean energy, we need to find synergies for it to be used in many other sectors, such as construction, energy and transportation. Hydrogen should be a part of a clean and affordable economy, so that it's available in the many sectors of economy. Our Institute of Low Temperatures and Structure Research of the Polish Academy of Science has a long tradition of research into hydrogen applications. From the very beginning of our existence, we have carried out research on hydrogen use for metallic oxides based technologies. We are also looking for novel materials for insulation, tasks for liquefied hydrogen, among others. We also focused on liquefied hydrogen using the Joule-Thomson effect for military applications, for topographic technologies in military aviation. The qualities of hydrogen and its isotopes in solid materials were another topic. As part of the European consortium, we also have been a partner in a research project on the reforming in low-emission energy processes. Hydrogen's production, storage, and application in different sectors of economy is now the focus of work of many institutions and many researchers. I would like to underline the significance of research that has been done for many years at the Wrocław University of Technology, high pressure hydrogen utilizations. I am really hopeful that our involvement in the topic as part of the Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley, with a view to enable the production of green hydrogen, will be successful. I would like to point out one of the most recent initiatives in our institute. In November last year, along with research institutions with Kharkiv, we have set up a Polish-Ukrainian laboratory for hydrogen research involving research institutes in Kharkiv and in Wrocław. Despite the war, the laboratories continue its work, albeit to a limited degree because of the circumstances. I wish you all a very fruitful debate and many conversations that will form the basis of our future collaboration. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with such an excellent previous speaker, it's very difficult for me to say anything better. I would like to welcome you to our first international conference, especially I welcome the representatives of businesses and local authorities, our partners in the Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley. We will be collaborating, and we have been collaborating with some of you. I think this is the first meeting, but not the last. We're just beginning something. It's our first step towards further collaboration. Some of us, we know each other. I hope that the rest of us will get to know each other during this meeting. We are all passionate about hydrogen. We are convinced that this is the future of the energy sector, the future of the industry. Within our hydrogen valley, we have major companies that are able to apply hydrogen in automotive sector, in energy power production, in metallurgy section. And hydrogen will be serving everybody. And we are here to figure out how to make it, how to deploy it in different applications. Another very important thing, and I think this is something for researchers to do. We hope you will help us to disseminate knowledge, to spread education, so that people do not associate hydrogen with Hindenburg. I've met some people who think hydrogen to be a dangerous substance, and we hope, due to education, we'll be able to convince the public that hydrogen is the future. Hopefully, with this conference, we'll be starting to pave our way towards hydrogen-based economy. Thank you. Professor. Welcome. My name is Jerzy Kaleta. I represent the the Wrocław University of Technology, one of the co-organizers of this conference. I would also like to welcome all our guests and speakers, all the participants. Today's conference, you can see the title, Hydrogen as the Remedy for the Climatic and Energy Crisis. The topic is closely related to the establishment of Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley, which actually happened last year in Karpat. The Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley is a regional response here in Lower Silesia to the question how to make hydrogen part of the energy transformation. But not only energy is involved. We're talking about raw materials, feedstocks, about social change. So we have two objectives here today. First of all, we would like to demonstrate that hydrogen-based economy is possible and feasible. And our international partners will show us their own developments. They are much more advanced in the deployment of hydrogen technology. On the other hand, we would like to demonstrate the potential presented by our local institutions and entities, something that we have to use synergistically. I hope that seeing all this, we'll be able to really believe that energy transformation in Lower Silesia is possible and feasible. And I think we'll get to that point due to that conference, because our conference would not be possible without the financial support of our partners. I would like to thank representatives of the Industrial Development Agency, PKO Bank, and Bank Gospodarstwa Domowego, who have supported us in organizing this first event. Since we have many presentations, I would like to ask Mr. Szymon Płoński, representing Industrial Development Agency, to tell us about hydrogen valleys that are now created in Poland. Later on, we will talk about our own Lower Silesia hydrogen valley. Mr. Pawelec, thank you very much. Can we see the presentation, please? I would need to be able to change slides, if possible. All right, so I will see the presentation on the screen, right? Okay, does it work? What should I do for it to work? All right, okay, I can see it working. Thank you very much. My name is Szymon Płoński. I'm an expert in the Industrial Development Agency, and I'm also the director to the strategic director, or director for strategy in the Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. Since Mr. President, Mr. Sobkiewicz, spoke about hydrogen just a while ago, and he's the only, well, one of the few people in this room who have actually seen hydrogen. He represents Azoty in Kędzierzyn-Koźle, and they do use hydrogen, and they have hydrogen installation. I saw the installation with my own eyes, but Professor Kaleta was actually the person who sealed the hydrogen in the tanks that are placed there. So I'm really happy to have such experts among us. I would also like to welcome our international guests from Hungary, from UK, and from Denmark. I know we have representatives of hydrogen valleys. Welcome to Wrocław and to Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley. Let me briefly introduce several issues related directly to hydrogen valleys in Europe. You can see an image demonstrating what it should look like, and of course it's easier to show it in an image. We like images with not much text, but a lot of arrows so that we know what are the connections. We can see here that the hydrogen is the basis with many applications, so-called end-use applications, and where is the offtake, which sectors are being integrated. Transport, first of all. Ammonia production in industry, power production, heat sector, etc., etc. And of course, we are scaling up hydrogen economy. This is part of the hydrogen valleys role. Maybe you can switch slides for me. Does it work? All right, great. So what are hydrogen valleys? We should note that these are regional enterprises comprising many stakeholders and organizations across the whole range of our society. We should remember about this aspect. This also involves administration, research in academia, business, smaller mediums enterprises, as well as NGOs. Many sectors of economy are involved. The idea is to develop local, regional, national hydrogen-based technologies for circular economy, creating social acceptance or laying foundations for social acceptance. And of course, part of the work is regulatory effort, which is necessary to deploy hydrogen applications. So financial institutions such as banks, PKO, for example, and other entities also play a role in estimating the risk so that the projects are bankable and that they can be used as PV, for example, projects. Five objectives or conditions, a portfolio of projects. That's what Hydrogen Valley is. The investment should be placed within a specified, identified geographical area. So here we are talking about Lower Silesia in a specific region in Czech Republic. We are also collaborating with Fraunhofer Institute in Germany. Linde Gas, Poland. Part of the Linde concern is also part of our Hydrogen Valley. We are intending to cover the whole value chain in hydrogen production. Without green hydrogen, we won't be able to start. We should have at least 25 megawatt electrolysis power. Another goal is to use and deploy hydrogen in many different economy sectors. Without off-takers, we won't be able to do anything. We won't be able to trigger anything, because after we produce hydrogen, we need to transport it, we need to use it somewhere, so we need to cover the whole value chain. And let's remember that green hydrogen was to be produced when we have extra power from renewable sources. Right now we don't have that extra power, which means that in hydrogen valleys we need to start production, hydrogen production, and also set up the whole value chain. And of course, feasibility studies. The European Commission considers that if we do have feasibility study, we will be able to follow up on the investment. Why are we creating hydrogen valleys? There is Roland Berger report that specifies the goals. Of course, the climate crisis mitigation policy is an important factor, but not the major factor. Another significant factor is job creation, energy transformation enabling, environmental transformation enabling. In some regions, oil and gas industry provided most jobs in the past, for example in Groningen. And we'll talk about it very soon. So we're talking about new business models, new jobs, new types of jobs, new industry sectors. It's a great moment for us to trigger and start hydrogen-based economy. Also, as part of our collaboration within the Visegrad group. And as you can see, we have three types of hydrogen valleys with capex up to 20 million euro. The medium-sized hydrogen valleys with a capex about 100 million euro. You can see how much electrolysis power we need. And type 3 valleys are the major big valleys who have access to a lot of energy from renewable sources. In specific regions of the world, they have this enables cheap energy prices. Some of such projects will be implemented in Spain. Here on the map, you can see hydrogen valleys around the world. It's a global trend, as you can see. Yet another map that also includes Poland. It's a very important KPI for us, a very important milestone. We have Poland and also Hungary, for example. Some concepts. Regional clean hydrogen hubs based on Inflation Reduction Act passed in the US with $9.5 billion, $1 kilo per $1 per 1 decade. That's the goal set up by the American administration. With green hydrogen, well, not green, the clean hydrogen. Americans are producing energy in many different ways. So the goal is to have the price of $1 per 1 kilogram of hydrogen. The Americans have set up inquiries about the possible locations of hydrogen valleys. They have 200 potential spots. Then this is the result. The map of hydrogen valleys around the United States. That's what it's going to look like. And one more thing, these are going to be public-private partnerships, which means that one invested dollar from the public funds will be matched by private industry. In the US, there are really considerable opportunities to use the CCS technology and to produce the so-called blue hydrogen and methane and ammonia. In Korea, there are also 3 concepts with a law already in place to facilitate hydrogen-based investments. They have industry clusters using hydrogens. For us, energy and industrial clusters are also very important because we have the so-called industrial parks. And the third aspect is the hydrogen cities concept, which are proof of concept ideas. The Spanish solution with 4 projects joined in one major project, very interesting. So 4 different initiatives, including Basque Hydrogen Corridor Association, Actio, which is a hydrogen valley in Catalonia, another one in Aragon, and the last one in Navarra. Right now, we are modeling our hydrogen valleys similar to that one. If we succeed, we should end up in such a situation with 4 different hubs, different stakeholders preparing specific elements of this ecosystem. New Energy Coalition will be managing and coordinating these efforts in heaven. Why are hydrogen valleys important for economy? Well, they mobilize private funds. So apart from public funds, we can also have access to private funds, and thus we can stimulate green investment in hydrogen-based economy. A good example is Haven, with specific funds coming from the public budgets, but there are hydrogen investment plans, 1 and 2. Both plans will mobilize 9.5 billion euro to put in the region. This is our landscape in Poland right now. The Pomeranian Hydrogen Valley, the most recent in development is the West Pomeranian Hydrogen Valley. As the Lower Silesia Hydrogen Valley, we have just made 2 applications for prospective 5 hubs to be located in Lower Silesia. Mazovian Hydrogen Valley is integrated around the needs of big concern. They have Hydrogen Eagle, as well as Yaha, and another project which is managed by Orlen. Subcarpathian Hydrogen Valley. They are collaborating closely with European Commission experts. They want to install 5 megawatt hydrolyzers power and the green hydrogen production. In Sanok, the heat generation project. And we have heard from the representative of that project that they're also aiming for 1 zloty per 1 kilogram. The Central Hydrogen Cluster in Kielce, for me, it's very important because it's being prepared by one of the RP companies, green mining. That's the main topic. We want to focus on green energy haulers for mining industry. 250 megawatts of electrolyzers power until 2034. I think this year or next year at the latest we'll have the first energy produced. So they are now implementing this project, creating power cell farms for the purposes of the hydrogen valley. We also have installations for green glycol production, also interesting projects based on JSW, new technologies, innovations, with coal waste, coal industry waste recultivation, highway to hell project within the transport sector, and Gdynia and Gdańsk will have 20 hydrogen-fueled buses. In Gdańsk, they want to rent buses. Wałbrzych has bought such buses. So we have different models: rental versus purchase. The Greater Poland Hydrogen Valley, very well mapped, with a very well mapped regional potential. The Marshal's office is directly involved, along with the ZEPAC concern, as well as the Silesian Hydrogen Valley. 2 weeks ago, the official letter of intent was finally signed. So the green ammonia and Azoty Police as one of the major partners. Transformation of the Police port is also an important part of the project. So this is just a brief introduction. We'll probably be hearing more about these projects during our sessions and networking sessions. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this conference today is a hybrid conference in 2 ways. First, we will give you information about what's going on in our partners in Poland, And the hybrid nature is the fact that we will have both direct presentations, like we've just had, and remote presentations. Now I would like to thank Mr. Poński and the leadership, the management of the agency for their support for Hydrogen Valley. So please pass on our gratitude. Now, second presentation will be a remote one. We will find out about British experiences. We will have one from Coventry University Research Europe, an online presentation. The author of the presentation will be Mr. Evangelos Kaka.
Good morning, everybody. I assume you can hear me okay. I can hear myself, so I expect it's working okay. I'm one of the Coventry University in the UK. Apologies that I'm not able to be there in person today. We did have plans for a colleague of mine to attend in person the event last week, but he was taking it unfortunately, so he's not able to be there. Hopefully we can arrange a visit to you soon in the new year to come and see to learn about all the activities that are going on there. Very exciting. So I'm going to tell you a bit this morning about the hydrogen activities ongoing at Coventry Centre for Advanced Low Carbon Propulsion Systems, which is part of Coventry University's Institute for Clean Growth and Future Mobility. So we're based on Technology Park in Coventry, UK Midlands, but as was mentioned by the who introduced me, we have recently established a research activity in Poland. It's the Curie Institute and the Coventry University Research in Europe, sort of outpost in Poland. So, just trying to get back to that. So, our research within the centre focuses on all things related to low carbon propulsion systems. So as well as hydrogen, we also cover sort of the full range of technologies related to electrification of propulsion systems. So covering energy storage, both hydrogen as well as batteries, supercapacitors. We have a group working on power electronics, and another group working on electric machines. And then we do lots of work at overall system level as well, looking at system architectures, modelling, etc. It's a fairly new group. It was only founded in 2018, but we now have over 20 academics, so it's grown pretty quickly. And importantly, we're co-located. We share our building with FEV, who are an automotive consultancy. I think it's a really good example of, sort of academia and industry working together. In that the hydrogen infrastructure, which I'll go on to in a moment, that we've established at the centre simply wouldn't have been possible with each organisation working alone. And only by aggregating the demand of both FEB and the university have we been able to establish the hydrogen test facilities, which I'll go into in a moment. So it's a kind of, I don't think we could call ourselves a hydrogen valley as such, it's just this one building in Coventry, but yeah, it sort of proves the concept of that approach by aggregating demand. You can leverage that co-location to improve the business case for installing these types of infrastructures and research and development capabilities. So our centre is one of three at Coventry, which all have slightly different areas of focus. So as a Centre for E-Mobility Research, there's also a Centre for Manufacturing Materials, looking at digital manufacturing techniques, metrology, etc., laser processing. And there's also the Centre for Future Transport and Cities, looking at intelligent transport, automated cars and things like that. So as I mentioned, we've recently established some new research facilities, specifically for hydrogen within CIALT. These were completed last year, so year old. We have a new research lab within the building, where we do our research on fuel cells and electrolyzers. We've developed our own fuel cell and electrolyzer test benches in-house, and we're able to test fuel cells and AEM, anion exchange membrane electrolyzers, up to sort of 250 centimetre squared scale, so full application scale, and short fuel cell stacks up to 10 kilowatts. We have also, as part of the upgrade works, the infrastructure installation works, upgraded 5 engine test cells. So these are originally propulsion system test cells, so they're the image on the bottom right there. They're originally designed for testing hydrocarbon fuel combustion engines. We've upgraded all of those cells so that they can now test hydrogen propulsion systems, both fuel cells and hydrogen combustion engines. So we have a total of about 2.5 megawatts worth of test capacity in the building. Test fuel cells up to sort of 300 watts scale. So the sort of fuel cell system you might find in a heavy vehicle, you can find aircraft or marine vessels. And all of these facilities are supported by on-site bulk hydrogen storage. So we have a tube trailer that's now parked in the compound that you can see at the top right there. That gives us about 350 kilograms of hydrogen on site, and we're going through one of those tube trailers once a week, using about 350 kilograms a week in our testing activities. So, in terms of hydrogen today, so I'll go on now to explain a bit about where we see the challenges and the focus of our research efforts around hydrogen technologies. So, hydrogen today, obviously, we already produce and use a lot of hydrogen globally. Obviously, most of that is derived from natural gas, and only a very small fraction of the hydrogen produced today is produced in so-called green methods, so using renewable energy or without any carbon emissions. And that obviously needs to change. We need to shift from our current production of hydrogen, really using natural gas, towards green hydrogen production. And that's both for environmental and economic reasons, because, of course, reliance on natural gas, as we now know, is not a particularly good idea from an energy security perspective either. There are also a significant amount of losses of hydrogen from the existing system. So hydrogen has been identified as having a global warming potential associated with it. And in fact, it's something like 100 times worse than CO2. It doesn't cause global warming directly itself, but can extend the lifetime of other materials or substances with global warming potential in the atmosphere. So at the moment, somewhere between 1% and 4% of the hydrogen produced, or the compressed gas form, has been found to leak from the system. Obviously, that needs to be improved. So we need to work on ways to minimise those leaks, as well as ways to produce hydrogen renewably. And of course, to do that, we'll be relying on renewable electricity generation. And there's a few numbers here from the UK by way of example. So at the moment, we have 27 gigawatts worth of wind generation capacity, and that's going to almost double by 2030, and then further increase to 2050 in order just to meet increasing electricity demand as we electrify things and of course move towards renewable hydrogen generation by electrolysis. So you see there's a huge amount of renewable energy generation capacity that's going to be required in the UK grid, and of course across the world by 2050. And of course that poses an intermittency problem. The wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine. So and that's why hydrogen obviously presents an opportunity for load levelling on the grid at grid scale. And this is both an environmental and an economic opportunity. Again, these numbers are from the UK, but at the moment the UK grid operator, National Grid, pays it was £500 million last year to wind energy producers to switch off wind turbines during times of excess production. So that's £500 million worth of electricity that could have been put towards hydrogen generation, which we just had to pay the producers not to produce. So obviously there's a huge economic opportunity here to use that excess renewable generation capacity, which of course will continue to increase as the renewable generation capacity increases to make useful products, i.e. hydrogen, instead of just not producing or wasting. We also in the UK I think, have some good opportunities for using hydrogen for heating, both domestic and industrial applications. We're fortunate in the UK that over 80% of UK households rely on gas boilers for heating at the moment. You can see how that's changed in time in the figure there. We also have some of the least thermally efficient housing stock in Europe, in the UK. So those properties aren't necessarily particularly well suited for heat pumps, which is a lower grade heat. And therefore, conversion of our natural gas infrastructure over to hydrogen is seen as quite an attractive route to decarbonising our domestic heating sector. Now, in Poland, things are slightly different. It's something like 47% of Polish households at the moment rely on solid fuels still for their heating. So you might think that perhaps hydrogen would be a particularly good solution for Poland for heating, given that there's not this large or extensive natural gas network that could be relatively easily converted. It might make sense for Polish households to switch directly across to heat pumps. But that's not necessarily the case, because there's actually quite a high proportion of district heating networks in Poland. There's something like 21,000 kilometers worth of district heating network in Poland. So these are centralized heat generation plants feeding districts with hot water at the moment to provide heat. And those centralized plants could feasibly be converted to run on hydrogen instead. So you'd need a much less extensive gas distribution network to service those district heating plants, and therefore it could potentially be feasible for some degree of conversion of the Polish domestic heating sector to hydrogen as well. And there's various targets that are policies that are being considered at the moment around the availability or hydrogen-capable boilers in both the UK and the wider EU as well. So I think the UK government is currently considering whether to mandate 100% capable boilers by 2025. I think the EU are following a similar fashion. We also see potential for fuel cells in passenger cars, certainly in heavy vehicles. I think it's pretty well accepted that hydrogen fuel cells make a lot of sense in heavy vehicles. But we also think that there is room for fuel cells in the passenger vehicle market as well. So we've reached something like 15% market penetration of EVs in the UK at the moment. I think in Poland that's sort of like 5%. Obviously, there's a long way to go between now and 2035, which is the date by which you'll no longer be able to buy a combustion engine vehicle, in the UK at least, to get that up to 100%. And whether or not that's even going to be possible sort of remains up for debate. There are obviously big challenges around extending the charging networks to support a fully electrified vehicle fleet, and the electrical grid infrastructure upgrades that would be required to service that charging network require significant investment as well. And if you compare the cost of electricity against the cost of hydrogen production, and you look at the running cost for the vehicles, these numbers are a little bit old now, but 24 pence per kilowatt hour, giving you 3.8 pence per kilometre for a Tesla Model 3. You can pretty much double that now, at least in the UK, if you're using a rapid charger. Whereas hydrogen, £10 or 12 euros-ish per kilogram, obviously with a target of 3 to 7 pence per kilometre, or 3 to 7 pounds or euros per kilogram by 2030, it could well be that hydrogen fuel cell vehicles have a lower running cost than battery electric vehicles within time. And then, of course, combined with the convenience of being able to refuel it in a matter of minutes instead of several hours with BEV, we think there's a good case for hydrogen fuel cells, at least forming part of the vehicle park within the EU by 2050. So fuel cell propulsion systems, we're quite active in Coventry. And as I mentioned, we've got these facilities for testing fuel cell systems at fairly large scales. Fuel cells, of course, have reached quite a high level of technological maturity already. So there's two images here. One's the fuel cell system from the Hyundai Nexo, and then next to that is a hybrid combustion engine from Volkswagen, I think. And they look very similar. They've achieved similar levels of integration. Obviously, the fuel cell systems at the moment are produced in far lower volumes, but the technology is reasonably well mature and it's ready to scale. You can kind of argue it's at the same stage that lithium batteries were at perhaps 10 years ago. And that's reflected in the types of funding and the types of projects you see around fuel cell system development for propulsion applications at the moment as well. So all of the ongoing projects and the engineering efforts are geared towards scale up and mass production, as opposed to sort of lower TRL materials development efforts and things like that. Perhaps that's a little short-sighted. There are still opportunities for new materials discovery and improving the sort of fundamental design of the cells, the fuel cell stacks, for instance. But at the moment, certainly, it's sort of the research and development efforts are geared more towards scale up than lower TRL development. Whereas that situation is entirely different for electrolyzers. Electrolyzers are still, it's fair to say, a relatively low TRL, and there are lots of opportunities for the discovery of new materials to improve both the efficiency of electrolyzers and make them more easily mass manufacturable so that they can be scaled up more quickly. And this is becoming an increasingly urgent problem, I think, as some of the data on this slide demonstrates. So this is a study from the Potsdam Institute in Germany, and it just looked at the rates of technology scale up for various technologies that have been developed over the last century or so, and compared the rates at which they developed with that needed for the rollout of electrolyzers in order to meet our 2050 targets. So in order for hydrogen to contribute significantly in the way that's envisaged to meet our net zero targets by 2050, we need something like an 8,000-fold increase in deployed electrolyzer capacity between now and then, which gives us an annual growth rate of about 126%. And just to put that in context, to meet that same net zero target by 2050, we only need to increase our primary renewable energy generation capacity by about 10 times, 10-fold increase. So we need 10 times as much wind and solar. We need 8,000 times as much green electrolysis in order to meet that 2050 target. And that 126% annual growth rate. And that annual growth rate in particular is almost unprecedented for a rate of technology scale up or development in peacetime throughout history. So if you look at some of the rates of technology development shown in the charts here, so this distribution on the right-hand side here, I think tells the story. So only World War II aircraft and marine vessels have exceeded an annual growth rate of 100% in the data considered by the authors here. And in peacetime, the scale faster than required 126% growth rate is COVID-19 vaccines. So I think that gives a good sort of indication of the sort of effort that's required to achieve this 8,000-fold increase in electrolyzer capacity. It really almost needs to be an emergency type policy in order to affect this growth in electrolyzer capacity. So that's obviously a massive challenge, and that's something that we're doing as well. So just to give you a flavour of our ongoing research projects, we are working on green hydrogen production technologies. So we have some anion exchange membrane electrolyzer projects where we are evaluating new materials for asbestos and new designs for cells and stacks, as well as different options for process control of electrolyzer and the development of in situ instrumentation so that we can get a better understanding of the losses occurring within the electrolyzer cell with a view to improving efficiency and lifetime. We're also working on a particular project, ReWaste EU funded project, looking at generation of hydrogen from ammonia derived from wastewater. So this is effectively green hydrogen generated from the ammonia in wastewater, which otherwise would have to be removed by oxidation. So it costs money to remove this ammonia at the moment, and what we're doing in this project is extracting a useful economic product from that ammonia in the form of hydrogen with zero carbon emission. And we also have some expertise and some activity around hydrogen flow metrology in the group as well. So developing Coriolis flow meters that can accurately meter hydrogen, for instance, at refueling stations, and be used for diagnosing flow regimes in situations where there's multi-phase flow. One particular application of that would be in anode recirculation loops in fuel cell systems to ultimately improve the overall fuel utilization in those systems. So that's an idea. That's some of the projects on the hydrogen production side, and then in propulsion systems, we have some activity around PEM fuel cell, so low temperature fuel cell instrumentation and diagnostics. So we're developing instrumentation and techniques to perform spatially resolved impedance spectroscopy measurements on fuel cells, so that we can identify the particular regions of the electrode where the efficiency losses are originating. We're working with a commercial partner on that to improve their fuel cell bipolar plate designs to make this, to reduce the variability in the impedance across the electrode, improve performance and durability in that way. We also have a PhD project on developing in situ oxygen concentration sensors that can map the oxygen concentration over the electrode as well, so we can see where the oxygen is going inside the fuel cell, which again helps with bipolar plate design, flow field design, selection, gas diffusion layer components, etc. And then on the systems and vehicle integration side, we're just about to start a project looking at modular air path design. At the moment, if you go to a fuel cell developer and you want a 300 kilowatt fuel cell system, they typically provide you with 3 100 kilowatt fuel cell systems, and it's your job to integrate those 3 systems in a useful way in the vehicle, whatever the application might be. So each of those systems has its own set of balance of plant, which reduces the cost effectiveness and reduces the power density of the overall system as well, because you've got duplicate or redundant hardware. So we're developing concepts for to allow multiple stacks to share a common set of balance of plant, and designing some scalable balance of plant components, such that you can swap out, for instance, the core of the E-machine feeding the compressor, and allow a single compressor design effectively to serve a stack of various different sizes at the range from 100 to 300 kilowatts. So that's just an example of one of the research projects that's about to begin. We also have some fuel cell system testing and benchmarking underway, and another project around advanced thermal management, which aims to improve the efficiency of fuel cell vehicles by developing waste heat recovery technologies to improve overall fuel efficiency. So I think hopefully that gives a flavour of some of the ongoing projects in the group here at Coventry. In summary, our centre, I think, is a good demonstration, as I said, of how co-location of hydrogen consumers can improve the sort of overall business case for installing infrastructure and enable early adoption of hydrogen technologies. And by doing that, we've established a range of capabilities and facilities within the centre for testing and development of hydrogen technologies up to sort of 300 kilowatt scale, which is great as it supports all of the ongoing engineering efforts to scale up these technologies, which are quite significant, those challenges, especially that for green electrolytic hydrogen production. We certainly see that as one of the key challenges going forward. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Again, apologies I was unable to join you in person. Hopefully I will be able to pay you a visit soon and learn more about the activities going on there. Thank you.
I hope that next time you will come to us for presentation in person. Thank you again. Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now beginning the next presentation, which will be about Hungarian experiences. Well, I would like to welcome Gabor Andial from CCS and low carbon hydrogen. Please, the floor is yours.
MOL, I'm representing MOL Group. We arrived finally in Poland, as you heard that with Lotos transaction we swapped a couple of petrol stations between the two markets. Louder, now it's better. Thank you for. So I'm representing MOL. I'm dealing with innovation in MOL Group. We also established a special purpose vehicle research institute for hydrogen and other circular economy related issues. My goal during this 15-minute presentation that I would like to leave you some key message. So first of all, MOL came to meet you in person to find partners and build collaborations. Here in Poland, not just the retail cooperation is important, but to find solution for sustainable goals. So I will start my presentation, which are in 4 chapters. So with more presentation, then I will introduce our science park, which was established last year. The third one is we have also our national hydrogen strategy, and we established also a Hungarian hydrogen technology alliance with Hungarian companies and SMEs and the universities included, which are also looking for partnership, and we are very open to find Polish colleagues and partners to collaborate. And last but not least, we are also working our hydrogen valleys, which is the main topic, I think, nowadays, and I would like to highlight a couple of interesting sub-projects in it. So MOL has his own sustainable strategy, Shape Tomorrow 2030, so it's less than 15 years today, and also we are looking to 2050 to try to reach. So we do our best to reach this net zero goals inside our organizations and activities. We are an integrated oil and gas company, so these are the main numbers for the investor relations slides. You can compare perhaps some similar company in Poland if you choose 1 or 2 data or market cap or number of employees. The most important thing is that we are, as an integrated oil company, we start with the upstream, which means oil and gas exploration and production. Then we have downstream businesses, which means refineries and petrochemicals industry, and the retail and the innovative businesses and consumer approach is the third leg. This map is about the geographical locations. You can see our upstream, downstream, and the consumer services area with different colors. So in the upstream portfolio, we are quite far. Also, we have a couple of assets, and we have a downstream assets in Slovakia, which means Slovnaft refinery in Bratislava. We own 100%. We have also a close to majority in INA, which is the Croatian oil and gas company. They have 2 refineries in Sisak. This is a biorefinery, and in Rijeka, the traditional refinery. They can use, Brent crude in this unit. And also the retail network consists of 2,000 petrol stations, and now this year event was the cooperation with Lotos, and we changed a couple of hundreds of petrol stations between the 2 markets based on the EU regulation that was obliged to make this change. So we are very proud that we can be here in the Polish markets, and we can work closely with Polish colleagues. So we have our headquarters now, and we try to serve Polish customers, and we try to learn a lot of things from the successful Polish businessmen, how to make successful businesses. Also to learn a lot from Simon, who are working hard in this hydrogen valleys concept, and perhaps we can also some relevant solutions or idea to help to Polish partners. Based on the strategy, this is focused on the sustainability, so we can forget the previous slide with the crude oil value chain. So we are trying as an energy transition type of approach where we are focused on the customers, we produce sustainable fuels, and we are focusing on circularity, and some projects on the map. So we are also moved to renewables, and that is also integrated, this renewable strategy, into the green hydrogen strategy, which is important, our refinery operation, as you may know. This also means how the new upstream, so the new feedstock, which is, renewable energy waste, so the green feedstock, bio feedstock, which can feed the production of the energy carriers or fossil fuels, instead of the fossil fuel, sustainable fuels, synthetic fuels, or in the petrochemical industry, sustainable raw material with less CO2 footprint. And this is also the future of our refinery assets. So this is the main circular approach of our strategy. So the second chapter is for reaching this new green direction in the energy transition strategy. We established a special research institute together with Hungarian University, mainly on 4 areas. One is the waste management issue, so the waste to energy, waste to chemicals direction. The second one is related to the battery value chain. I don't know if you heard about, as we are here in Wrocław, with LG Gigafactory is also here, but in Hungary we have the same Gigafactories building for SK Innovation, which is a South Korean battery factory. CATL is also investing in Hungary, which is a Chinese factory which works closely with the BMW, newly established automotive industry factory. So this is activity is also a chemical industry, but we are using different component of the Mendeleev table, comparing the carbon and the hydrogen. Here in the battery industry, they are using different atoms and molecules, but this is also a chemistry and chemical business. So we are focusing on the battery value chain, and which is today the most important, hydrogen technology related research and collaborations and project developments. And last but not least, based on the circularity, the water management is also a strategic raw material in many industry. So we are trying to utilize the water reserves very safely and finding technologies for that. So we started by building a competence center, then we established this Circular Economy Science Park Research Institute. We are just building this science park with the laboratories to serve this kind of future goal or vision to become some kind of hub in the region by working closely with our foreign universities, partners, and industrial partners. So third part of my presentation is related to the National Hydrogen Strategy, which was accepted in last year, 21, which we make some kind of summary out of it. Perhaps the most important that the size of the recently used gray hydrogen production is 100 tons per year, which mainly utilized by the chemical industry. So Danube refinery, we have a fertilizer plant, which is also a huge consumption. We don't have really very active steel industry, and also the cement industry, which are using also, and also a big emitter of the CO2. So they are also very, very low profile still after the political system change. These steel and cement factories faced very difficult, competition. So they went to bankruptcy. So they are not a serious consumer now in Hungary, comparing to the Poland hydrogen off-takers. Our national hydrogen strategy focuses on 6 pillars, and our science park is focused out of the 6, just these 3 highlighted ones. So in the mobility sector, green bus program, green truck program, the first 2. Then the valleys in Hungary, which will be the 4th part of my slides. You will see in Hungary we have just 2 hydrogen valley. This is a smaller country with less industrial zones. So comparing the Simon's presentation where you have 5 industrial zones, we have 2 main sites where we are trying to build this hydrogen ecosystem. And there is also an important part of the hydrogen. This is the sector coupling related role, where with the electricity grid and the gas network can be, linked and taking into consideration this integration, which is also an important project for us. The blue hydrogen, as we have still working SMR units in the chemical industry and the fertilizer industry in Hungary, and MOL has his own upstream portfolio and wells. So we have 6,000 oil wells in Hungary and a couple of depleted gas fields, which is good for CO2 capturing. That's why this is a relevant project to analyze the business case of in these factories to find the CO2, to transport it, and to inject into the reservoir. Also, if we can find some kind of CCS and utilization type of project where we can boost the oil production by injecting CO2. So this is the CO2 EOR, enhanced oil recovery type of opportunity, which is under analyzing in Hungary. So the project is, our company is also focusing in this part of the national hydrogen strategy, and but not least, research capacities have to be strengthened, also including the education and appropriate research laboratories and project teams, finding partnership with EU member states, universities or companies, and looking for EU funds to collaborate and find joint problems and the same problems and solutions. Our Hungarian Hydrogen Technology Association consists of 100 companies approximately, including the main companies, the bigger ones. And I see that with the Polish Hydrogen Association, they have a good relationship. So we also organized in Hungary a couple of months ago a V4 level hydrogen association meetings or committees. So I think changing the best practices, the different solutions, and to make some kind of regional lobbying towards European Institute is working quite well, and I think we are supporting this. We also participated in the European Hydrogen Week in Brussels months ago. I also met the Polish colleagues there, and also the RP and Simon and the team, and also, the pavilion, so the establishment, and was a very central place, and they make a very good job to present the Polish hydrogen market and the hydrogen opportunities in Poland. So, last but not least, our research institute is focusing on hydrogen value chain to try to facilitate the discussion, the net between the relevant industrial partners, which are in this kind of two hydrogen valley regional area. By establishing a certain hydrogen valley cooperation, we are hoping that we can boost the hydrogen economy. And the second phase, as the European strategies consist of the way to first establish hydrogen valleys, and the second stage link between these different hydrogen valleys via hydrogen backbone pipeline system. So this will be on the future the network of the networks, which is on the map on 2030. So we just came to Vienna, where we met Verbund, which is the biggest Austrian energy company. They are also working the South Corridor, hydrogen corridor, and we are quite interested here in Poland to hear about our North corridors concept and how these kind of hydrogen import and certain way export opportunities and the relevant hydrogen producers and off-takers can be connected. And as an off-taker, we can secure our hydrogen needs, which is, a huge amount. And Hungary is not able to establish such a huge amount of solar panels in Hungary because we would like to keep the agriculture still working. So I think there are countries where in the north area the wind farms are most effective comparing hydrogen. Also the PV can work most efficiently in North Africa, for example. And we quite believe the hydrogen backbone networks which will cross and link our countries, comparing the same like the natural gas network, can be retrofit and can be utilized, and we will be able to trade the necessary amount of the hydrogen as based on the competitiveness of the local production. We have three main projects which is related the hydrogen. We are trying to build the necessary research facilities by finding the niche market where really we can have some competitive advantage and we can support Hungarians or foreign research programs and company into our hydrogen laboratories. We are, as I mentioned, we are focusing on the blue hydrogen project generation, and we are also interested in what you have here in Poland related to blue hydrogen initiative, or is there any topics to share, to discuss with you. And finally, the hydrogen valley concept, which is you can find in the Trans-Danubian region, where we have refinery, fertilizer industry, we have our nuclear power plant also, and we have some small cement factories south of Hungary, and we have the other one, the northeastern hydrogen valley with other industrial players. And we would like to establish some kind of collaboration, cooperation, joint venture, where a producer, the off-taker, and the logistics and the mobility is also part of this project. That we are trying to look for the clean hydrogen partnerships type of EU programs to participate in. And this is also a topic. We also collected a couple of questions in the last slide, what are the main topics we are looking for, finding answer or some discussion topics. So in the breaks and during the lunch, we would be more than happy and open to meet you in person. That's why we are here with my colleagues, Gábor and Zoli, and hope that we can strengthen our collaboration. And finally, we would like to take your attention. In Budapest, we will organize a hydrogen summit, European or regional type, in the 4th of April. So please place your calendar. We will share this information, more details. I hope you will be interested in also to visit Budapest. I hope Budapest is also a nice city to visit, and in April the weather is a little bit warmer than here in Wrocław, in this beautiful city. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Bardzo dziękuję. Thank you. I hope that today we will have enough time to discuss about possible form of cooperation. Thank you again. Proszę Państwa, następna prezentacja jest z Danii. Ona będzie przesunięta na drugą sesję, ale
presentation is once again online presentation. It will be delivered as part of the second panel, Green Lab presentation. Both our Danish presentations were based on our study visits. And since we have a slight change in our agenda, I would like to ask President of the Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley to present our own local initiative and its goals and objectives. Mr. President. Welcome. Well, quite a lot has been said by Szymon about hydrogen valleys. Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley has been created in February this year. In June we had the formal opening ceremony. Since the beginning of this idea, we as the management board started collaboration on defining a kind of strategy and setting the objectives. What do we want to achieve in terms of climate, in terms of decarbonization effort, etc.? Something, the direction set by the European Commission, by the EU, goals related to climate. We see that the Hydrogen Valley is the entity, is an organization that would be able to actually do a lot for these kinds of issues. What are our goals? The goals of our associations are, among others, initiating a dialogue among stakeholders, local authorities, businesses, etc., in order to promote and create widely defined value chain, education, trying to convince industry partners and energy uptakers that we're talking about fuel that will be safe, that we can use in a safe way. Our valley is located in a very interesting place with borders with Germany and Czech Republic. We have a water course, Oder River. Szymon also mentioned the West Pomeranian hydrogen valley with Police power plant. I don't have it in my presentation, but I would like to mention that Oder River, our water course, and a major water course, is also very important for us, and it really fits in very well with hydrogen economy, providing possibilities for transport, waterborne transport, and also the development of transport-related technologies. So our task is now to benefit fully from the potential of this location and what it has to offer, when compared also with other locations of hydrogen valleys in Poland. All right. As far as collaboration is concerned, local authorities are a very important part of the partnership, because the overall direction of the region is also in a way influencing the valley's goals and objectives. We're talking about energy transformation, carbon sequestration and capturing. This is something we can achieve here in our region using our potential. I need another slide. Our Hydrogen Valley has already started implementing different initiatives, and here are several major ones. I'm not going to go into detail because we will have the opportunity to talk about them in more detail later on during our conference. KHGHM related initiative in Kędzierzyn-Koźle, the hydrogen hub in Zgorzelec, in Kędzierzyn-Koźle, in Wałbrzych, among others. KHGHM, a very big company, one of the anchors of the Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley, with very big initiative aiming to decarbonize metallurgy. And our valley is characterized by lack of competition between different partners. We represent very different sectors. So Grupa Azoty as well as KGHM both need hydrogen as fuel. We also have other partners interested in hydrogen applications in automotive industry. We are very happy to have these partners who help us recognize the potential and also, for example, define the objectives in terms of hydrogen storage and distribution. There is huge potential there in the valley. Unfortunately, I don't have time to talk about it more fully. This is yet another part of the KHGHM related project. It's really an enormous project, but very feasible. Another project by Grupa Azoty. We are now building the alternative fuel laboratory, which will perform hydrogen analysis. We already have all the equipment, analytical machines. We are now pursuing construction work. We hope that within the next year, the lab will be ready to start to become operational. We also have the fully equipped operational sampling station, cleaning the bottles, all the distribution systems, the sampling methods. We also want to take care of these aspects as part of the Hydrogen Valley initiatives. Later on, we'll talk about projects that have already been implemented, and Szymon also mentioned them. We have applied to participate in two projects, the small hydrogen valley project, and we were also invited to join the Baltic hydrogen valley project. We were the only Polish hydrogen valley that was invited. This is the project that I just mentioned. One is the Horizon, and the other one related to the Baltic Hydrogen Valley, which is to serve as a connection point, connection corridor, as you can see on the map, connecting the hydrogen-based economy initiatives across many countries. Salt caverns, another topic that is now under investigation. Great possibilities for storage facilities for hydrogen production and storage. Poland has geological structures that would enable such investments, so we are actually following this closely. Great potential, but also very costly. In terms of potential collaborations between hydrogen valleys, looking from our point of view, well, this is a very general look at the situation. We want to mutualize potential benefits in terms of storage facilities, the use of renewable energy sources, and to create the whole ecosystem that will facilitate and foster initiatives that will be then implemented within our valley. And I think that will be it from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. President. I invite you to join us for our session number 3 and 4, where we will see specific examples of projects. Some of them have been implemented for the last 20 years, and I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by the range of hydrogen-based facility initiatives, which will for sure make the Hydrogen Valley initiative more meaningful. And now I would like to ask Mr. Grzegorz Pawelec, the Scientific Director of Hydrogen Europe. We will have an online transmission presentation. Welcome. I hope you can hear me. I would like to present a brief overview of several projects that hopefully will also be of use in the context of the Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley. Hydrogen Europe, which I represent, is a business association. We have over 400 members, including several dozen companies from Poland. We also have started collaboration with regional associations, so we have as members over 30 different hydrogen valleys. I encourage you to get in touch with us if you're interested. I'm persuaded that we can help each other, and for us it would be very good to get feedback from hydrogen valleys. What kind of challenges are you meeting? And on the other hand, we are based in Brussels and can provide you with information about the current legislative effort and what are the planned solutions. So starting with my core presentation, let me just first talk about the context. Here on this slide you can see the objectives that were set by the European Commission as part of the Repower EU initiative, with a specific 10 million hydrogen tons of hydrogen produced locally in place, and 10 million tons of hydrogen that is to be imported from elsewhere. So we are now talking about the establishment of a market for hydrogen that will in fact far exceed our current use of hydrogen. So all the refineries, industrial plants, all methane producers will face a huge challenge. It will also be a regional challenge for Poland, but also for our direct neighbors, for Germany. So before this strategy, there were a few regional strategies in place in the Czech Republic, in Hungary. I'm not going to go into details, but I wanted to show you what are the objectives set by other countries in terms of hydrogen production. Green hydrogen from electrolysis. Germany set the goal of 5 megawatts. This strategy is now being reviewed, and probably the goal will be updated. So definitely the ambition is growing. Also, as part of the Repower EU preparations, Poland should also probably review our own ambitions in this context, because there is a risk that if we want to keep our position as the third hydrogen producer in Europe, we might lose this position if we don't take action. Apart from common initiatives, there are also funds to facilitate investments. We see a lot of that kind of activity in Germany as part of the hydrogen strategy and as part of resilience recovery project. In total, Germany wants to spend over 15 billion euro on this kind of initiative. So this is the topic that is now very high on the agenda of the European Commission and European countries. As you see, the project pipeline that we see in the project database. Here we see how many projects are being planned until 2030 across Europe. I think based on this information and the number of projects that are being planned by 2030, it seems will be able to reach the objective set by the European Commission, but the European industry also demonstrates and has demonstrated that it can react very quickly to the changing situation. These projects are now being developed as a response to the really high level of ambition set by the EU. But this was optimistic part. So what are the plans? What are the objectives? We see that there is a great potential in terms of repowering EU, that there is money for it available to member states, made available by member states and by the EU. But if we look closely at what is happening in the regions, in specific regions, it turns out that there's not it's not so optimistic, because we are talking about renewables and offshore farms, photovoltaic energy sources. Both Austria and Germany in particular, are countries where the renewable energy sources availability is not sufficient in terms of the capacity and in terms of costs. Production of green hydrogen is still very costly. It would, at current prices, really kill the industry that would wish to use hydrogen as fuel. And since Germany would find it difficult to produce all the hydrogen it needs, the German government is well aware of the need to import, to secure imports of hydrogen from countries like Poland, France, Luxembourg. These countries also already know that they will need more hydrogen from renewable sources in order to guarantee specific level of prices. In Poland, we are the third largest producer, so we can be pretty self-sufficient, and it seems that at least till 2030, Poland has the potential of being the supplier of hydrogen to Germany. But with time, probably we'll also have to think about importing hydrogen. There are also other countries, Finland, Sweden, Estonia, our direct neighbors, who will probably also invest in securing hydrogen from renewable sources. So Poland is a region that can benefit from that circumstance, from our geographical location. The next step. As I mentioned, that the German government is well aware that they will need to import hydrogen from renewable sources. They are right now developing financial instruments that will enable such imports. This is one of the examples of such a funding facility. It has just started the first tenders for hydrogen imports. Contracts are for 10 years. And the value of the contract is 900 million euro. The idea of the fund is to sign a long-term, multi-year contract with the main supplier. The supplier will need to demonstrate their ability, their capacity to produce hydrogen from hydrogen at the price level available to the German off-takers. So these tenders have started, and unfortunately the transmission is too poor to get the message. So the tendering procedure has started. We know what are the tendering conditions. I encourage you to see these conditions, what kind of time scale is involved. It's probably an attitude that also the Polish government will choose to pursue in order to secure cheap source of clean hydrogen for our off-takers. Well, of course, this will not solve all the issues with German demand for hydrogen. This on this map here on this map you can see the hydrogen use structure. Many different sectors focus in 3 regions. These 3 regions would find it difficult to find a sufficient supply of hydrogen for all their needs. And looking at this from this perspective, this also is a potential advantage to the lower Silesian hydrogen valley in terms of deployment. We should remember that the lower Silesian hydrogen valley can really play an important role, can be an important player in terms of hydrogen supply to Germany and Czech Republic. The interpreter apologizes, but due to the poor quality of the transmission, we cannot get the meaning. As you can see, on this slide, an example of a solution that the German side is now developing, high pipe Bavaria in Bayer Pets, to ensure sufficient supply of hydrogen. The hydrogen network, the hydrogen distribution network, will cover east parts of Germany, but will need a steady supply. Apologies, says the speaker. Apologies once again. Technical glitch due to remote connection. So the solution in this case, the solution that is being taken into account is transportation of hydrogen via Danube River that will be supplied to Germany and then distributed via the German distribution network. So the question is whether Lower Silesia could also probably develop a similar concept when the Oder River could be used for hydrogen transportation, for renewable hydrogen end users in Germany, for example. Refineries and industry, which also use ammonia, may have very strict requirements in terms of the quality of hydrogen being supplied. So this should also be taken into account. But it's really worth considering. It seems that there are quite a lot of large industrial end users for hydrogen that would need hydrogen supplies. And the last slide, very briefly, I would like to remind you that of course, the supply side is one thing, and the steady supply is another. Just like with methanol, hydrogen supply needs to be steady. It cannot be organized like the energy from renewable sources. So for sure we'll need solutions and financial mechanisms that would facilitate hydrogen production and distribution, and also to create a buffer or enable storing hydrogen imported from elsewhere to ensure steady supply, to ensure strategic reserves of imported hydrogen. Well, of course, this is part of a larger scale of the buffering mechanisms within the energy distribution grid, which is also valid in the context of offshore wind farms. Within the next 5 years, definitely there will be a need to integrate energy supply with hydrogen imports to ensure steady supply to the end users, industrial users. So in my presentation, I wanted to demonstrate that from the perspective of the Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley, it's probably also useful to look at the larger picture, look at the energy needs of our neighbors, and at the current state of preparations. So let me stop there. Thank you very much for your attention. Director Pavelec has been part of many hydrogen-based events for many years here in Poland. He's also a very good source of information for what is going on in Europe in terms of hydrogen strategy, what are the potential sources of funding, and given all your previous activities here in Poland and your contribution, I would like to thank you. Thank you for this presentation as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to join us during a break, and after the coffee break, we will see the first presentation from Green Lab Sky, which has a very interesting project. They have been implementing hydrogen-based technologies for many years, so I invite you to join us there during the next session.
I'm very happy to welcome you after the break to the second part of our meeting. Of course, we have to invite our speakers, but let me inform you that we have several changes to our agenda. I would like to first ask a representative from Denmark, one of the speakers from Denmark. Just a second. From Greenlab Skiva, who will talk about hydrogen hubs in Denmark.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, it seems like that. So I'm going to present this Green Lab project from Denmark. We are a project with many different activities. Sorry, there's a lot of echo in. Do I have to kind of do anything with that? Okay, I'll just do it like this. So I'm just shut my own speakers off and then talk to the microphone. You will have to notify me if you have any questions or anything like that. So I'll just speak like this. So this is a green transition project in Denmark, looking into a lot of different activities in how to handle and make green transition and accelerate green transition with a specific focus on industrial processing and greening the industry. As you can see from the picture here, we are located in agricultural areas, so a lot of the work we do also is about how we can get the agricultural transition and industrial transition and the powering of the future into to play together. So the overall challenge that we kind of work with is the generic challenge that we all face, that we would like to transition our energy production from fossil fuels to renewable fuels. And renewable fuel has the inconvenience that it is there when the wind blows and the sun shines, and we then lack the energy when it's not being generated by the renewable sources. So what we believe is that we can, by utilizing symbiotic effects among industries and by introducing storage elements, can get closer to make a fit between the new renewable generation and the consumption of the industries. And that's kind of the overall challenge that we try to work with in the Green Lab project. We have three main pillars of activities in the Green Lab project. So our core is this industry park, so a fixed area of 60 hectares, where we invite companies in that work within green transition. And we then supply these companies with direct connected renewable energy from a 80 megawatt wind and solar park. And we create internal infrastructures that enables the companies to share excess resources, whether energy or physical resources, with each other in order to optimize the footprint of the production that is going on within our park. The next element is that we act as a technology enabler. So we facilitate the discussion across new green value chains, because they often lack of chicken and egg issues, where the market is not really there yet. So we haven't scaled in production, so the products is too expensive, and the OEMs have not scaled the production yet, so the equipment is very expensive also. So how do we get these new value chains going? And we do that by gathering a lot of participants from different parts of the value chain and create some joint ventures and some projects together. And that's also the story behind the two Power to X projects that we have ongoing that I'll talk a little bit about later. The last element is that we also act as a research facility. We have a grant for mission-driven research directed at the issues that we face trying to create this green energy and industrial cluster. So there's a lot of challenges in creating a green circular park and act as technology enabler. And by this grant we can give funding to research groups that make very dedicated research to solve some of the challenges that we face, whether it be high temperature storage in stones and molten salt, it's being how to control electrolyzers to optimize against renewable generation, or how to make such a curated energy cluster and how to model the consumption and the balances in the park. So 3 main pillars of Green Lab. What is going on in the project in Green Lab Skive is that we take a lot of place-based resources, low-value resources, and put them into an industrial setting and sharing them as much and processing them as much as possible before they are exported from the cluster, from the industrial cluster. So in our context here in the Green Lab Skive project it's agricultural waste streams, primary and also some green waste streams that are the input, and you can see on the right hand what is already in production of outputs and what we have as committed outputs also. A lot of the concepts from the Green Lab Skive project we could apply in other settings as well, but then it would just probably be other inputs and other outputs. But the concept of taking low value, local available inputs into an industrial setting and process it powered by renewable power, and then have some higher value outputs, we think apply in a lot of different settings around the world. This is a drawing of the park as of today, where the yellow ones are the ones in operation and the gray ones are the committed projects. So we have municipal waste handling. There's a large biogas plant. There is plast to liquids as a pyrolysis process to chemical recycle plastic. There's a protein factory for proteins for animal feeding. There's a biomass pyrolysis plant. There's an upgrading facility for upgrading the biogas so it can be injected into the natural gas grid. And then we have upcoming projects on Power to X. One full value chain project from renewable fuel, renewable power to into electrolyzers and the hydrogen combined with CO2 from the biogas plant in a methanol facility, so methanol as output. And then we have another project that is a 100 megawatt electrolysis project generating hydrogen, where we are in the process at the moment of finding the right consumption in order to upgrade the hydrogen to either probably some kind of liquid fuel. Lastly, we also have a lease agreement with a company that is going to create building boards for tabletops and furniture and so on from waste cardboard. There will be a huge heat consumer into their process and will be fueled with excess waste heat from, among others, the Power to X facilities. So just to give you a little example of what is going on between these companies. So starting with the biogas plant, we have a standard, you could say, value chain for biogas plant, that we have some agricultural waste stream going to the biogas plant. We get some biogas out, and we upgrade the biogas to bio-CNG and put it into the national gas grid. And we also have this CO2 resource out of the biogas. We then had this biomass pyrolysis plant, and they actually take residual fibers from the biogas plant. So fibers that hasn't been digested in the biogas plant can be extracted from the degassed manure and put into this oven and heated to 500 degrees without oxygen being present. Then it goes into two different fractions: a biochar fraction that is actually a carbon storage, and some pyrolysis gas that can be turned either into liquid fuels or can be used directly as a gas source for boiler or combined heating power. We can then add protein production, where we can take grass into a press and have some grass pulp that we can put into the biogas plant, and we can have some grass juice where we can extract some proteins so that we can use for either human feeding or animal feeding. If we then add electrolysis, we can have the standard electrolysis to the hydrogen and oxygen, and we can then utilize the CO2, the biogenic CO2 from the biogas plant into a methanol synthesis and get some e-methanol from that. So by making these different entities in close proximity, that permit us or enable us to share all these and utilize and value add all these new excess streams, so that we can use hydrogen directly in the biogas plant to increase the methane production. We have the biochar from the pyrolysis as a carbon storage element. We have the pyrolysis gas as a green heat source for the biogas plant and the protein facility. And we could actually continue on this drawing where we also have projects of the electrolysis waste heat into district heating networks, so we can substitute gas-powered district heating, domestic district heating facilities in the close-by villages, substitute that with green waste heat from electrolysis. So there's a lot of ideas in trying to clustering these elements together that gives another degree, another level of utilization of the resources. We can use the same resources multiple times, and what would normally goes to waste, we can kind of recycle or reuse, as for instance the waste heat from electrolysis. So just a short advertising of the operators of the different facilities. So we as GreenLab is the host and facilitator and manage the business park, but it is all private entities that is running the different businesses. So we have a cooperative for farmers doing the protein facility. We have again a cooperative of farmers running the biogas plant. We have a private owner running the pyrolysis plant, and the upcoming Power to X facility is a joint venture or a consortium project. So I already briefly mentioned the two Power to X projects. We have the first one is a 12 megawatt Power to X project, and this one is the one that is a full value chain where we have also included the methanol synthesis and utilizing the biogenic CO2 from the biogas plant. And this project is going to be realized within the next 1.5 to 2 years. It is almost done, the projecting or this engineering specs of the project. The other project that is currently only hydrogen, and where we are in dialogue with various projects on methanol at the moment for off-taking the hydrogen, is also a consortium project, and we already have started groundwork, the preparation work for this project. It will start with a 6 megawatt unit coming into test in Q2 23, and we, as said, already has started to make the facilities and preparations for that project. We have a collaboration with the national gas grid operator Evida in Denmark. They are right now looking into the plans for hydrogen infrastructure in Denmark, and we are a part of the first step of the hydrogen infrastructure. So they will actually use the Green Lab as a test site for creating public hydrogen infrastructure. So in order to learn how to build, they will build internal hydrogen infrastructure in Green Lab, and we will then later on connect this internal infrastructure to a regional infrastructure in the northern of Jutland, connected to storage facilities in old salt caverns. And after that, this regional infrastructure will be connected to a national and international hydrogen infrastructure. And we of course need this storage facilities and the infrastructures in order to distribute and share the hydrogen. But our claim is kind of that we should try to utilize as much of the hydrogen where it is produced as possible, because that will give the highest value add and the easiest transport, because hydrogen is and will be expensive to distribute. So we will need structures, but we should also look into utilizing hydrogen on site. So in general, in Green Lab, we say that we need to change at a system level, and we should embrace clustering and sector coupling. And that's not an easy task. A lot of people need to talk together in order to achieve sector coupling. So we also act as an intermediary, so the in-betweens that make things happen. And we see that as a very needed skill and competences in the future, because we need all the tools from the tool chest in order to succeed in green transition, and that just calls for a lot of dialogue between different stakeholders. We look into trying to replicate or at least inspire other projects on a global scale with the concepts from our project here in Skive, and we already have engaged with different parties around the globe on it, inspiring in how to create a green eco-industrial clusters, and where and how does hydrogen apply into that equation. So just a brief photo of the team in Green Lab. So it requires quite an effort to have such a project with so many different aspects. So we are a very diverse team in order to achieve what we try to do. So this was a very brief introduction to Green Lab and our projects and activities. I hope you could find some inspiration in that.
Of the valley, hydrogen valley in Denmark. So we would like to continue some collaboration with you to transfer some solutions in Wrocław and in Poland too. Thank you. And now I would like to ask the second presentations. I would like invite Dr. Węgrzyn, who talk about ecosystem innovation and for Silesian hydrogen valley. Thank you. And please, I give you microphone and start.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Welcome. I hope that you'll be able to see my presentation very soon. Yes. Since my presentation comes after the presentation of the president of the Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley, I would like to just contribute two more aspects. We are creating our hydrogen future, so I think my presentation will be a supporting act before we hear from Mr. Minister. And also, I don't want to take your time speaking about big ideas, but since we have used this big term, the Hydrogen Valley ecosystem, I now feel a bit worried because we have here as present in the room Professor Caleta, and we've been talking about this for a long time. So I will draw from our conversations as a junior researcher. I remember I had this debate also with you whether we can really speak about ecosystems. And I remember you admonishing us, saying that we are engineers and ecosystems are not appropriate for area, our specialty, because it's not very precise. But actually the ecosystems idea as an idea has entered into our area of interest. We are talking about self-organizing, self-regulating, self-balancing ecosystems, which are part of our hydrogen valley. That's why I would like to perhaps try to inspire you by saying that some things cannot be foreseen, something that will be happening in our hydrogen valley. For example, this conference is a great example. This was supposed to be a regional initiative, and now we see that it's become international. There's quite a lot of topics and possible avenues for further developments. Mr. President, Mr. Sobkiewicz has already discussed some aspects of the Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley. I need to figure out how to switch between the slides, because I would like to elaborate on two specific slides. We are the first province, voivodeship, to have the regional energy strategy approved, and perhaps this would not be so significant were it not for a very important occasion, very important legal instrument, legal act. It sets a certain trajectory of change until 1930. We are to be a self-balance. Until 2050, we are to be a balancing region. I'm part of a dialogue between institutions talking about the energy strategy for the whole country. So this is quite a big challenge. We should start really thinking about numbers, how much energy we would need in order to be self-sufficient and self-balancing. Roughly speaking, I like the number 100 terawatt hours. Of course, it's a very abstract number. It's very difficult to tell whether we'll be able to reach that value. But as soon as we start thinking in terms of money, how much money does 100 terawatt hours cost? This is actually a kind of homework we had to do when we had a session with Eva and Carolina from BGK. We get some impressive numbers, some impressive amounts. Assuming that 1 megawatt hour value is 1,000 zloty, and then we calculated for a year, the yearly consumption, we have quite a substantial amount of money that we're going to spend on green energy. So this is about potential revenues. But now in terms of investment and the cost and the money that is needed to fund these investments. So we end up talking about investments of for example, 500,000 for initial investments. We're talking, but in fact, we're talking about billions. And so it's worth to start calculating the cost, think in numbers, and how to solve a very simple solution: investment and revenue. I think all the businesses should do this, be open-minded about this, and this is something that we are trying to foster as the team of people working in the Hydrogen Valley. We're asking questions, looking for answers. These answers are not always easy because, of course, we can imagine we're going back in time and then we have beautiful energy prices, 20 euro per megawatt hour, but unfortunately, probably this is never going to happen to us in the future. We should not assume that it will be so. We're not doing this in Azoty Group. So, once again, there is this ecosystem that we need to take into account, take into consideration. It's part of our energy strategy, energy transformation strategy. This is probably the beginning. Our needs and our requirements in terms of hydrogen are probably much higher than we imagine. So we need to analyze this problem, this issue. I think that this conference will also bring some food for thought. We're talking about a system that will be able to face challenges, that will be able to deliver solutions and answers about where the triggers of change are. And such triggers would be, and were probably already included in presentations from previous speakers. I've heard about them in other panels: decarbonization, decentralization, dynamic dynamic price changes, digitalization, demonopolization of the market. The big players have taken responsibility for both energy security and stability, and unfortunately the world that we believed was there to stay collapsed. We're not sure what will happen in the nearest future. I think it's safe to assume that right now the situation has changed radically. The big energy concerns cannot ensure safety and security. So we should think about this, and we should think about potential avenues. We are planning for the market to be decentralized from now on. So now, if I may, because I don't have much time left, I would like to focus a bit on the very last slide. I don't want to keep Mr. Minister waiting. But I would like to mention something that I have on one of the slides. I'm looking for it right now. So, the very concept of collaboration. We have talked about the West Pomeranian hydrogen valley, which is being set up as we speak. We do have certain potential, including several elements that consists of innovation ecosystems, the salt caverns, energy storage facilities, green energy zones, and renewable energy. We'll probably not be able to produce all our energy. The energy will come from the north, from big offshore wind farms, big platforms that will be generating both electric energy and hydrogen. And funding concept for innovation projects, Horizon, Life, FST, they're all there. The question is, how do we mobilize private funds? Of course, the banks will be happy to accept money, but all the banks have their own restrictions and limitations. We need some private funds that will also trigger the vehicles of transformation and will affect the transformation. We cannot affect it without money. We have here in this room people, I'm not going to point a finger at you, people who are have access to this money. Viktor Borak is one of these people who are looking for appropriate environment for their own projects and sources of funding. But we have this RISCO, or it used to be ESCO, mechanism where we have the possibility of having a collaboration between the financial investor, the bank, and figure out and develop mechanisms with specific return. I think this is one of the ideas that should be developed in the future. Let me stop with that because I think Mr. Minister is already waiting and ready to speak to us and tell us about the important aspects of the development of hydrogen-based economy.
It's been very interesting presentation with some good advice. If you have any questions, I should ask. I think that we can do that during the break. And now I would like to ask, you mentioned Minister Zyska, but I have someone else in my agenda. So first I would like to ask Mr. Adam Zarazik to take the floor. He is the head of the Strategic Initiative Bureau of the Bank of the National Economy. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'm to speak about hydrogen, but I think I will refer to the previous speaker, because what is associated with banks, well, when we think about banks, we think about money. But indeed, the financing of the development of hydrogen economy is more complex. In addition to money, we need a few more elements. Speaking of ecosystems or systems, it's a matter for discussion, but the whole support system is necessary. I would like to say a few words about this 3W idea, because it may be a broader concept, because it means wodór, woda and węgiel, so coal, water, and hydrogen. But if we think closely about this, there is a huge potential for synergy here, because there are many interconnections between these three resources. The very production of hydrogen, when we think about electrolysis, it combines all three resources. But I'm not talking about that. We've carried out with the EY company of an overview of all those markets in a kind of a silo approach. And we also assessed a synergy potential. Of course, these are just estimates with a margin of error, but its energy effect is 15%. So if we have a market of these three resources, which is estimated at about $140 billion globally in 2030, so 15% is of that is quite a lot. But let me speak of this idea of 3W, that is hydrogen, water, and I don't know. So I don't have much time, because the hydrogen economy is developing very fast. Why these three letters, three resources? I don't think we need to talk about it, because these three resources, hydrogen, water, and coal, it's 97% of our body is composed of these three elements. The concept originated in the fact that we thought that these three resources are key to the development of our civilization, or preservation of our civilization in the future. There were predictions in the idyllic predictions in the past that there would be no conflicts. Fukuyama, for example, said, well, it's the end of difficult times and we are entering an idyllic future. Unfortunately, the reality is completely different. We have conflicts, we have a pandemic, and we know that everything that has been a paradigm so far should be now buried, and we have to start anew. A new opening comes with this proposal of this idea of these three elements, a joint approach to hydrogen, water, and coal as resources, and using this synergy potential. I don't need to tell you that three resources are very important, they are key, but what I would like to tell you in particular is that last element, coal, because in the context of this, why are we talking about coal or carbon, but we are talking about coal or carbon in non-energy applications in nanotechnologies, which we believe will be a catalyst for the synergy between these three resources. Because we don't need to tell you, I don't need to tell you, you all know that how incredible physical and chemical properties can be found in nanotechnologies, like graphene nanotubes and so on, fullerenes and other allotropic varieties of carbon. These are various properties which have a huge number of applications, especially in the context of hydrogen, water, these two other resources, and there is a huge potential for that. So, in order not to prolong this presentation, just to promote our idea, I would like to refer you, when it comes to this idea, to our website, www.org, and you can find out more about this idea of these three resources. But let me come to the essence of my presentation, that is how to support hydrogen projects, because indeed hydrogen valleys are being developed, various very ambitious plans for development are implemented, but we have various projects at various stages of development. We have big companies like KGM, but also startups. We have various levels of development, and for each of these stages we need various financial support instruments and other support instruments, because we have this concept of an ecosystem, not a system, ecosystem, because there are many unpredictable elements, and this ecosystem focuses on the one hand on creating a community of all those associated with these three resources, but also it's about organizing a support system. There is a place for academia, for business, for the public sector. And this is the beginning, the starting point, a community with numerous interactions which are translated into specific ideas. Now we arrive at a specific problem, how to finance this. We have several proposals as a bank, as a support institution as well, because we have other institutions like the Industry Development Agency, which are intended to support such initiatives. What can we do? Those early stage projects. So we are speaking about projects which are before the commercialization stage, but some things have already been done, and we have very, very promising projects that would need financing, further financing. So this is a place for venture capital traditionally, but there are some problems. You probably dealt with such funds, but what we are offering is a fund set up as part of our Vinci investment fund, and as of the 1st of January, we will have this new fund dedicated to R&D project at this 5th level. It's IQ asset fund, which will start operating as of the 1st of January. I think it's a good opportunity to tell you something about this fund. It will support projects at this early stage of development without even a company being established, so spin-offs and startups created around an idea, verified in the lab, let's say, by science, but with no structures yet. This is a place, a moment to apply to this fund. This fund has very ambitious plans indeed, because the maximum level of investment we provide for is even 80 million zlotys. It's not that giving you 80 million zlotys for one project in one go. It's developing those startup projects, so if they perform the way we like, they can get over time as much as 80 million. It's a classic venture capital fund, but managed by a public institution, so approach is a bit different, because we support it as a bank of the national economy, and our task is support economic development, not just it's not just generating profit. Of course, the fund, as in any other institution based on the commercial company code, we also have to generate profit, because we are not a non-profit institution. But we are beginning with early projects which require capital. As they develop, loans appear. Loan is granted to an entity which is credit worthy, so it limits the number of entities able to apply for a loan. Those early startups usually cannot, but as they pass this first stage and are supported by a venture capital fund, they enter a stage in which there are more possibilities of products. So let me draw your attention to two products at this point. One is a technological loan as part of financing under the THANK fund. There is a slight delay, but in the first quarter of next year we will accept applications for this loan, and this product is well known, has been well known, but there will be an additional loan, eco-loan, which will be open for applications in the second quarter of next year, everything is available on our website, the information about this on our website. This loan can, even up to 70% of the loan can be deemed non-reimbursable. We've been waiting for this product for such a long time. We're waiting for money, and indeed, hydrogen project will be able to get financing under that. InvestEU is another product, guarantee provided by the European Commission for our bank, and we can finance a risky project. InvestEU provides the guarantees we get. So half of the risk is covered by an institution which is a risk-free institution, so risk-free financing. And it encourages a bank to join a project. So we are talking about larger project of dozens of millions. But information about this is available, more detailed information is available on the website, so I will not talk about details. Let me also tell you that in addition to these classic forms of financing, there is something that has a more expert supportive dimension, because such projects require also a support which is a non-financial support, especially smaller projects require such support. And there is this interdisciplinary innovation center which has been set up in May. An agreement signed by 20 entities, R&D institutions and universities, which decided to join forces to support these projects, including hydrogen projects. There is a specific location for such projects, because projects within the orbit of interest of investment funds. I returned from Japan last year because this idea of these free resources traveled as far as Japan. Oh, the minister is waiting. Well, I can't help that. So after this official part, if there is an opportunity to talk, please feel free to approach me now or later. I'll be happy. I'm at your disposal. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for this very interesting presentation about financing of our ventures. But now we have a special guest who is on our agenda, Minister Zyska, who will talk about the Polish program for the development of hydrogen technologies. And I would like to ask the Deputy Minister of Climate and Environment, Ireneusz Zyska, to take the floor. It will be an online presentation.
I am really glad that the Wrocław University of Technology is implementing such a project. Unfortunately, I can see I can hear the sound coming from the room. We have a technical difficulty. Yes, great. Technical glitch solved. So once again, welcome. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important conference. The Wrocław University of Technology is one of the best Polish universities, technical universities, and collaborating with Professor Jerzy Kaleta and his team on a daily basis. It's a great honor for me and a great intellectual challenge, I realized that I'm participating in historical projects. Wrocław University of Technology is participating in many initiatives by the Ministry of Climate and Environment. It also participates in the Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley. For the last 3 years, our ministry has been implementing the assembly of national policies aiming to foster hydrogen-based economy. Mr. Michał Kurtyka, then the Minister of Environment, has set up a team many years ago. The team also included members from Wrocław University of Technology. The team has laid the foundations for the Polish hydrogen strategy. So the strategy was consulted with the best Polish experts, and then followed complex and comprehensive consultations between different ministries. And now we have the national strategy which sets the trajectory for thinking about this sector. We also have the sectoral agreement for the promotion of hydrogen economy in Poland, which included initially just several entities from the public sector. Right now it's about 240 different entities from Poland, from Europe, and international. We have participants from Far East. I don't want to provide any names because I would need to list all 240 entities, participating entities. This is the only initiative in Europe that combines participants from different sectors, so many stakeholders, including public administration and governmental agencies. It all allows us to organize ourselves, to share our thoughts, experience, and to consciously build our new energy ecosystem that will be focused on the local content, the Polish technologies and Polish technologies that will ensure the Polish participation in the new energy trend. This is the initial period. When we look at transport, for example, which uses mostly fossil fuels right now, if we imagine that hydrogen will be used there, let's say in 10, 15 years only, we see that this is the initial stage of the development of the whole hydrogen-based economy. There's still a long way to go before the full deployment of hydrogen. For example, in transport, you know very well that this is only one of the possibilities, as the major area in which hydrogen is going to be deployed is industry, especially energy-intensive industry, metallurgy, steel production, artificial fertilizer and plastic materials production. These are the sectors and elements that are now high emission sectors, and they really need clean energy sources. So when we speak about hydrogen as the remedy for the climate crisis, definitely, at least in industry, hydrogen is going to be the remedy that will allow us to achieve low emission sector production. It will also be important for energy production sector, for heat generation. I would not like to enter into details, technical details right now, but perhaps we should note that at least at these initial stages, it would be easier for us to store hydrogen in other substances like methanol and ammonia. Economically, this is more suitable. But in the future, we would strive to use and store green, clean hydrogen and use it as part of production processes, especially in the chemical industry. I mentioned that at the last COP, which took place on the 7th of December this year. This is our national conference of the parties. I remember I noted, after I held a discussion with our researchers, leading experts, and different industry sector representatives, that we as Poland have great potential. First of all, we need to think about hydrogen storage. We have quite unique geological potential, because 270 million years ago, geological processes have led to the creation of salt caverns, which are very well suited to hydrogen storage purposes. There are specific regions in Poland, in Pomerania, in Damysławka, in Mogilno. There is great potential for energy storage facilities up to 10,000 terawatt hours that could provide the storage capacity that could serve the whole of Europe, with Poland at its heart. Perhaps we need a long time and a lot of investments in order to reach and materialize that vision, but we have a potential to become the European energy storage room. So we need to pay attention and focus. A lot of people are interested, a lot of people are worried. We need to do our best in order to confirm the potential of salt caverns, to examine the full potential for hydrogen storage in order to be able to tap in that potential in the future. I am persuaded that such a storage facility would be the stabilizing factor both for Poland and for Central Europe. If we add major investment projects such as large offshore farms in Baltic Sea, or the development of renewable energy sources here in Poland, we can see that we can become the leader of hydrogen production and storage market, as well as its deployment in different sectors of economy. Hydrogen valleys. Within the Polish hydrogen strategy, we assumed that we will organize and build the Polish architecture of hydrogen economy based on regional initiatives, going beyond the provincial boundaries, and Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley is a great example. The valley has ready projects, applications for European funds, and it's also very active, which has been noted. by pan-European initiatives and international initiatives. This is it has been the only Polish initiative so far that has been invited to join the Baltic Hydrogen Valley, which will also be involved in the hydrogen pipeline leading from northern Finland through Baltic states, Poland, Germany, and Western European countries. We are an important part of that process. Our national energy transportation entity, gas system, as well as Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley are important partners. I would also like to stress that we are a strong, stable partner in initiatives such as Hydrogen Europe or Clean Hydrogen Partnership. Representatives of these initiatives are in constant touch with the ministry, our Ministry of Climate and Environment, but also with members of the, let's call it, hydrogen family in Poland. There are projects in different parts of our country. Quite recently, we set up the newest West Pomeranian hydrogen valley. We have such valleys in Subcarpathia, Mazovia, and many other regions in the country. Quite recently, the letter of intent has been signed for the West Pomeranian Hydrogen Valley. The region has great potential, both for offshore farms. We also have Azoty Police with a seaport dedicated to transportation of feedstuffs for Grupa Azoty production. So we're planning to build an energy hub there, hydrogen hub there. It's going to be our window towards the world. Another such hub is being developed in the Pomeranian Hydrogen Valley with our seaport in Gdynia, including many interesting projects. Neptune, PKA Orlen, which has submitted one of the biggest projects, Hydrogen Eagle, which has been very highly assessed by the European Commission, including hydrogen refueling stations in Poland and Czech Republic, which of course is part and parcel of the business activity of Orlen, which is a state-owned company, but which will also have an impact on other entities, both in Poland and in other countries of Central Europe. So there are a lot of such initiatives fostered by big players on our market, but I would like to mention two other initiatives. The Łaszczyński Brother Hydrogen Cluster, led by Industry Minds, which is to produce hydrogen as fuel for mining industry to be used locally. In Lesser Poland, the initiative that is also hosted by Orlen, which will contribute to the decarbonization of the Silesian conurbation and large hubs of business activity and industrial activity. Like, for example, another initiative is hydrogen hub in Sanok. They plan to have their power plant in Sanok to be fueled with hydrogen. The automotive company which is also based in Sanok and is now testing prototypes of hydrogen-fueled vehicles. Zetepak, another big automotive manufacturer producing hydrogen-fueled buses, is also implementing projects. Another company, Solaris, which is a big leading company on the electric bus market and hydrogen-fueled vehicles market. There are so many initiatives that if you wanted to indicate all of them, we would cover the map of Poland with these little pins indicating what is happening where. If you wanted to detail all the hydrogen-related initiatives. But right now we are in Wrocław. I think that Professor Jerzy Kaleta and his long-term contribution on nanotechnologies, hydrogen tanks, and their deployment in industry is really priceless. I believe that this contribution is going to push forward our hydrogen technologies. We want to be partners with many major players, and the interest shown by our other partners from across the globe tells us that we are appreciated. We want to use technologies developed here in Poland, and we want to commercialize these technologies, to have them mass produced, which will make Poland technology exporter, but also we wish to export devices, technologies, and hydrogen. We want to be a big player on the global map of hydrogen energy. For sure, there's much more that could be said, but I have a limited time for my presentation. So let me just stress that the European Commission is also very courageous in setting up and reflecting on the energy strategy for Europe, Repower EU, which sets very ambitious goals until 2030. Hydrogen is to replace, by that date, the large imports of coal from Russia. Poland has acted beforehand with a foresight, and we managed to diversify our energy sources. In other Western European countries, the situation is a bit different, but the development of hydrogen-based economy and energy might be a response not only to climate crisis and energy crisis, but also might be a solution to ensure independence from external sources of energy, something which will contribute to the fostering of economic power of Europe. This is one of the biggest markets for services and goods, and I think that within the newly emerging global reality based on hydrogen energy, Europe and Poland, which is the most important for us from our point of view, to be big players. I cannot imagine Europe to be a second-rate player. We can definitely be on a par with China, the United States, and other emerging powers such as India. I think if we act as individual countries, we don't have competitive advantage, but pan-European collaboration, transnational projects, creation and establishment of dedicated funds and financial support for specific projects that will build this market and foster commercialization of commercial application of technologies that we are developing will help us in achieving this goal. This conference, exchange of ideas, our collaboration with experts from European Commission and other governments across Europe and European Union will assist us in establishing ourselves as a big international player. I think Poland will play a crucial role in that. Thank you very much once again for inviting me to this conference. I wish you a very fruitful debate, exchange of ideas and experience, and of course, as always, I'll be looking forward to receiving your recommendations. Our ministry is hosting a kind of live culture hydrogen lab in terms of ideas, legislative ideas, and hopefully your recommendations will be then translated by us into good law. We are now implementing a constitution for hydrogen. We are now working on the definition of hydrogen and regulation of the hydrogen market. We are now analyzing feedback we received during the consultation rounds. Many critical remarks have been included in our final decisions. We would like this market to be able to develop dynamically, not to hinder its development. We would like a big industry, medium-sized industry and small industry to be able to contribute to the creation of the hydrogen-based economy in Poland. So I send my greetings to all the participants in this international conference, and especially to Professor Jerzy Kaleta. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
We are running out of time, so there will be no questions to the Minister. But I would like to invite the next speaker, another online presentation about a hydrogen valley, Hobro, from Denmark. I would like to invite Søren Birger Petersen to make the presentation.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much. I can hear myself. I can hear echo. So perhaps this, yes. No, it's still there. Okay, I'll just see if I can start, and then probably we'll stop. Okay, my name is Søren Bjergård Pedersen. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I think this was a great presentation of the potential of hydrogen. I really think there's a great way of for us all to get other energy sources into our energy mix. I'm from the Danish version of the Hydrogen Valley. We started in 2007, so we've been running for a number of years. Just to present a little bit to you all, we're a project organization based in Hobro, as the name says, in the middle part of Denmark. I'll just show you a map in just a minute. We've been established for 15 years, working with hydrogen and how to implement hydrogen into the energy system, attracting a lot of EU funds. A lot of the things that are currently going on in Poland, we have done them, and also a big thanks from my side to Professor Jerzy Kaleta, who has visited the high balance plant. I'll just show you in a minute. And therefore the great establishment between Denmark and Poland has already been established, and I think there's room for more cooperation. So on to that in just a minute. But as you can see, we have strong renewable energy competences. We have high voltage transmission lines, biogas industry, CO2 sources, district heating network. A lot of regions in Europe can say this, but as well as you can, and the minute just said this. So just to emphasize what he just said, is the fact there is an underground layer underneath Denmark. So the place I'm situated right now is just in the red dot there in the middle of Denmark. That's where Hobro is, and that's the reason the Hydrogen Valley in Denmark is based right there, because of these underground salt caverns that the minister just talked about. And as you can see, you have them as well in Poland. This turquoise layer means that you have a very deep layer of salt, meaning that you can establish salt caverns in this layer. So this is an opportunity in Denmark, but this is also an opportunity in Poland. That means you have the possibilities to store large amounts of energy in the form of hydrogen underneath the ground. The places where you see the red dots, that's where you currently have natural gas storage. So it's not a foreign thing to do these gas storages. You have them already in Poland, and we have them already in Denmark, but only with natural gas, not with hydrogen. Of course, there will be another reaction in there. You need some sort of other pressure, but it's currently established. It's well-proven technology. These hydrogen valleys are shooting up everywhere, and as you can see, I know you've been talking about them already today. This is an old map, so there's probably already more coming up in Poland right now than on this map. But currently we have approximately 30 to 40 hydrogen valleys all over the world. This number is about to rise. It's really a goal for the European Commission to make this rise over the coming years. So approximately 100 to 120 new hydrogen valleys shooting up in the world. So what is a hydrogen valley? I know you've been talking about this before today, but my take is that it's a place where you connect production and offtake, because you need to connect production and offtake in order to make hydrogen feasible. Otherwise, it's too expensive. If you have to pressurize it, you have to drive it across the country in order to use it, then your business case is gone. So you need to be able to think both production and offtake in one. And that's what a hydrogen valley does in a smaller scale, preparing the upscaling of hydrogen. So what we do, just as an inspiration to what you can think in when you create a hydrogen valley, our value proposition is the facilities, our facilities for green growth. That's number one, and that's something that I would like to emphasize that you do as well. Create these facilities, because this means that new companies will shoot up. So we have a ton of multinational companies in the area of Hobro, in the hydrogen valley there. Nobian, Air Liquid, Eurowind, Shell, DFDS, a number of Rockwool as well. So we have a number of international approved companies there. But in this business park, we have a lot of the smaller companies making all these things happen. We have electricians, we have industrial technologists, we have guys writing the software that is needed for flow metering, and all of these small companies, they're really growing right now. So in order for you to obtain the growth of these hydrogen valleys, the economical growth, the value growth, establish these business parks where these companies can meet, they can exchange experiences, and they can create new projects themselves. We have companies writing software and putting up sensors for CO2 measurements. A lot of different companies. I cannot even go through them all, because there's so many subcontractor technologies shooting up right now in this area around hydrogen. So there's of course the hydrogen production, there's the electrolyzer facilities, but in these products, there's tons of components that need subcontractors, and make sure that you have a place for these subcontractors in your hydrogen valley, because that means you will have economical growth there as well. In these buildings, just since 2018, when I was appointed the CEO, we have tripled, so times 3, the number of employees working in these buildings since 2018. And that's merely economical growth going into the power to X or hydrogen development. our Hydrogen Valley Test Center where we test fuel cells. We have one of the biggest fuel cell providers in the world, Ballard Power Systems. It's a Canadian company, but they have their European headquarters in our premises. Also, a company that was 4 years ago they were 30 people, and right now they're 200. So really a huge number of employees going in there. And they're testing their fuel cells in our facilities in the Hydrogen Valley Test Center. So also provide these facilities, laboratories, everything like that. You need to provide these for these companies to grow. So this is more or less what we use all our time on right now, bringing ideas from idea to concept, because things end up on paper if there's not someone with knowledge who can do something about them. So the facility on the right, that's the high balance plant. That's what Professor Kaleta was visiting the inauguration for. In the top left part of the screen, it's Aalborg Portland, the largest cement producer in Denmark, and carbon capture from that facility is going on right now. We've been drawing that as well. And in the bottom left of the screen, there's a methanol plant. So when you have your hydrogen, you can fairly easily combine that with CO2 in a methanol synthesis. And that's what you see on the bottom left side. So that's a possibility for you when you have your hydrogen. But first of all, you need to establish the production of hydrogen through electrolysis, and that's what we do on the right in the High Balance project. The High Balance project is looking like this, and I don't know how many times you've seen this picture. I've not been here the entire conference. Just to show you, on the right side there, you see 3 containers, 2 big containers and 1 smaller container just behind them with electrolyzer ancillaries. These 3 containers is all you need in order to make hydrogen. So if you have your hydrogen and you have pipelines, or you put it directly into methanol, you don't need the rest. And that's really the importance here, because on the left side of the electrolyzer, you have the compression unit and you have your buffer storage. You need these in order to have your hydrogen in storage, because hydrogen is not very easy to keep in. So you need to pressurize it, and in this storage we keep it pressurized at around 400 bars. So on the left side there you see a tube trailer. The tube trailer goes into the hydrogen facility in order to drive the hydrogen to where it needs to be. So for this, and that's really important when you think about these hydrogen business parks and hydrogen valleys, that's a way for you to not drive that hydrogen so far away. Because if you have a hydrogen production facility and you have nearby industries that are able to offtake the hydrogen, then you do not need the 2 steps on the left, the compression, the storage, and the infrastructure in order to drive it to your end user. Then you only need the 3 containers on the right in order to produce hydrogen. And that, my friends, really takes the price of hydrogen down by a factor of 3. So if you have hydrogen right now costing approximately, let's say, 15 euro, then you can actually produce it at 5 euro per kilogram. So that's a huge game changer. And that's the reason that hydrogen valleys is such a good idea. So this is just inside the container. You can have the slides afterwards as well, just to show you the insides of such a container. There was a hydrogenics silyzer electrolysis unit that we inaugurated in 2018. It was installed in 2017. So we have some data on the operations. Our final part, and that's also what I think Hydrogen Valley needs, is to be this hydrogen knowledge hub, because you obtain tons of knowledge, as we have done, and you're probably doing that right now. You need to be part of all these networks. The minister just said the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance, Hydrogen Europe. That's also part of these. There's probably a National Hydrogen Alliance as well. In Denmark, there is at least, and all these other networks. That's for you to make sure that these companies that establish themselves inside the Hydrogen Valley get the correct knowledge. So just a few remarks from my side, just for you to take home, is industry uptake, because that's really an issue. At least in Denmark, I'm trusting that it is as well in Poland. What can you use hydrogen for? We're using natural gas today. Why should we use hydrogen? So what we see right now, let's see if the clicker works. What we see right now, this is just a curve from Denmark, and it's in Danish kroner, so I apologize for that. But you can see the picture here. On the 1st of October, 1 cubic meter of natural gas cost 1.5 Danish kroner, and just a few months later, you can see on the right side of this curve that it was far more expensive, sometimes up to 24 times as expensive as 1 cubic meter was before. So that's, of course, really hard for the industry. So right now is the time to move, as you already know. Right now, the companies, they're really saying security of supply. So security of supply will come with some additional cost, and the industry is ready for this. So that's the reason that you need to move, and you need to move now. Another thing that you need to know when you get into these specifics is that hydrogen is very complex. You add complexity to your industries and to your production facilities. This is just a regular biogas facility that wants to use hydrogen for methanization, creating more methane. The circle here, that's what you need when you have a biogas plant, these 4 boxes, and the rest is what needs to be added in order for you to do methanization. I hope this creates the image that this is very complex. You need to make sure that you have someone who knows what they're doing, and you need to tell the companies that this is not easy. This is very complex, but we're here to help you. So that's the idea of a hydrogen valley, in my eyes, that you need to be there to help the companies through this complex transformation into greening, because it needs to be very complex. You need to have offsets. You need to make sure you know when the wind electricity is cheap or not cheap, and when you buy natural gas, then it's probably not something that is in the mind of the operators of the facility, industry facility. One more slide from my side. This is the last one. When you're talking about carbon capture, and I know you are as well, CCUS, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, you need to think in that this takes up room. This is just a regular industry on just a few kilometers from where I'm sitting today. So please find me 1,000 square meters for a carbon capture facility. So you need the carbon capture unit. You need to cleanse the carbon capture to liquefy the carbon capture in order for you to drive it away. You have, as you can see in the picture, you have water on the north, the west, the northwest, and the northeast side of this industry premises. You have woods on which are not they are not able to buy any land from these woods on the bottom on the southern border of this industrial facility. So where do they find these 1,000 square meters? You need to be able to help them with these obstacles, and it's very practical actually. How do we create carbon capture without destroying our current situation? So from my side, this is just the few ideas from my side for you to take into account. And please reach out if we can do anything. We have 15 years of experience in doing hydrogen valleys, and you have in Poland, in all parts of Poland, you have great resources. You have natural resource, geographical resources. You have huge industries that needs this green hydrogen. You have wind, you have solar. You have all the resources that you need in Poland in order to be a superpower when it comes to hydrogen. So my best of luck to all of you working in this direction right now, and I wish you great luck with this conference as well.
I would like to thank to Dr. Pedersen for a very interesting presentation of Danish valley, hydrogen valley. So now we have time for break, but
sorry about that.
Okay, I would like to ask for a few words to say on the discussion.
I will say in Polish. Jutro, szanowni państwo,
Tomorrow, ladies and
będzie...
gentlemen, there will be an opportunity for a study visit to 3 sites we've announced for you. We gather at 9:15 at Smosowskiego 25 near the Wrocław University of Technology. At 9:30 we will be guests of Professor Kaleta to see his lab, hydrogen container lab at the Wrocław University of Technology. At about 10:30 we will go to another site to see a production line, perovskite production line, and then at about 11:30 we will finish that, and we will go to Gajałowski to see an installation of Andrzej Jerzewski, and we will spend time, we'll be there until 3 o'clock, and we'll go back to Wrocław at 3 o'clock. So you are all welcome. We have 30 places for people to go there. We have a bus for our foreign guests, and others will probably take their own cars. So I think that we are able to transport everyone willing to go there. I can take 2 people with me, for example. So please come with us tomorrow. You can enlist for those trips, on-site visits. There are still places available. These are 3 demonstrators. We have more in Lower Silesia. Next time we will show you more. A few days ago we had a presentation here of a hydrogen locomotive. So a lot is going on when it comes to hydrogen projects.
Welcome, my name is Grzegorz Krzos. I'm representing represent Warsaw University of Economy. I have the pleasure to initiate session number 3, panel session number 3, which will be divided into 3 modules: green energy clusters, hydrogen production, and the third module, hydrogen storage and distribution. Generally speaking, this will be more of a practical session demonstrating solutions that have already been implemented and that are now still being developed. I would like to invite Mr. Piotr Judyszyn, representing the sector of solar power generation. Can you please join us? If Mr. Piotr is not in the room, I would like to invite Agnieszka Spirydowicz from Z Cluster, Zgorzelec Cluster of Green Energy. Hopefully you can hear me. Welcome, Agnieszka Spirydowicz, Zgorzelec Cluster, but also Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley. In our Zgorzelec Cluster, as you can imagine, we are right next to the German border. We focus on renewable energy production. The technologies that will be developed, which are also really hydrogen related. Let me first tell you what energy clusters are. The aim is to create separate ecosystems for innovative projects related to renewable energy sources, and that is why we are not only interested in constructing renewable energy infrastructure, but also hydrogen production infrastructure. As you can see on the map, I'm the cluster of which I am the president. The Zgorzelec cluster is right next to the border, but other cluster concepts are being developed in Lower Silesia. We have 26 powiats and 11 functioning energy clusters. The clusters mushroomed after there was this administrative and legal possibility. Some clusters are not fully operational. So here you can see clusters within the European hydrogen backbone. These are locations for hydrogen transmission as foreseen in the plans by the European Commission. And the European Commission says clearly they are not interested in the quality of hydrogen because it's up to the final end users. They're only interested in the hydrogen color, and namely green. That is why we are focusing on green energy technologies. The clusters are not competing against each other. We are within the same powiat. The more, the merrier. And the more powerful, the better we can develop our models. I would like to present 3 projects very briefly that we are now implementing in the clusters that you saw on the map. First cluster in Zgorzelec. We're located in this very special location. We have Turów mine and power plant. That is why connection opportunities are very well developed, especially for high voltage connections. So we can provide quite a lot of renewable energy to the national grid. Within our powiat, we have one of the hubs for interconnector for energy transmission to Germany in Mikułowo. That's where we would like to develop a hydrogen interconnector and hub, 2 gigawatt hour potential for hydrogen production. Another cluster which has been set up quite recently, but it's been developing quite dynamically, is located in Legnica. Yet another place where we can connect to the grid with quite a well-developed electric power and heating network with KGHM, a very big consumer, a very big uptaker. So it's once again another location where that is very well suited to the development of hydrogen economy. Another project that I would like to talk about is located in Wałbrzych cluster, with a lot of industry potential. Some of the clusters, some of the projects will be based on hydrogen and facilitate both hydrogen and renewable energy source applications. On this slide, you can see the potential plans for the new hydrogen hub in Zgorzelec. Energy generation does not only involve electric power, but also heat generation. It has become quite a challenge on a national scale because of the shortage of raw materials for domestic users and households. The concept might look a bit complex, but what we would like to achieve is to transform the existing power plant, coal-fueled power plant, lignite, into purely renewable energy and power plant, we can use hydrogen, ammonium, or methane. We can include all of these components. That's what is currently under analysis. We'll be pursuing with the feasibility study and then follow up with implementation. Please keep your fingers crossed for success, because if the project is successful, we can scale it up and implement it across the regions. Hopefully, it will be a contribution to our energy transition and energy strategy for Poland. Thank you very much. Thank you for this very interesting presentation. I would now like to ask Mr. Andrzej Jerzewski from the Ławski cluster to join us. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. I find it easier to talk about energy clusters, because, especially if Agnieszka is the previous speaker, because she's very good at explaining what energy clusters are. So how can we develop this technology, and how we can reach our objective of providing a remedy to climate and energy crisis. So the pathway that leads us to hydrogen technology, it involves many years of work, but of course all hydrogen-based technologies will be connected with renewable energy sources. We need renewable energy if we want to have and use hydrogen, be it solar, wind, or nuclear. We need it. We started with wind power. Right now we're using photovoltaic. The thing you can see on the screen is the final stage of the project, including all the technologies that are available. It will all lead to hydrogen, where the hydrogen will be used as fuel directly, or will be serving as fuel for the methane and methanol or ammonia production. It doesn't matter. Right now we're using plug power electrolyzer, 5 megawatt capacity. The storage we store hydrogen in composite containers. That's our concept, and we are planning to launch the facility in February 2023. We are now waiting for the permission. Because of high level of competence across the world, it's very difficult right now to buy electrolyzer, especially if you want to have the electrolyzer that allows scaling up. So it takes time. Kudos to you in the Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley to organize this conference, because it gives us a broader picture, a larger picture of where we are going. Renewable energy needs to be produced here locally in the country, and I can hear that quite a lot of places are actually developing renewables. In this energy cluster is also storing energy in all its forms, not only hydrogen. We also have liquefied air, 125 megawatt hours. We have a contract for this, signed yesterday. Kinetic storage technology, hydrogen technology, lithium ion technology, everything that we need to store energy. Renewable energy can be stable under one condition, that we can store it in whichever way available. Which way? In hydrogen. Tomorrow you'll be visiting our cluster in Oława. You'll be able to see whether such facilities are feasible. I can tell you that 2023 is going to be a breakthrough moment. For the last 10 years, all our activities led to this point, to trigger all these investments, and if the European Union funding mechanism is also already in place, the banks will be more willing to lend us money, and then we'll be able to implement all these projects. Thank you.
Now I would like to ask Mr. Gregor von Kampen, who represents a newly established cluster, our millage cluster, green energy cluster, which is to complement our resources in the north when it comes to green energy, storage, and so on. So the floor is yours.
Witam serdecznie Państwa.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've been asked with the whole group, the whole energy group, to create a hydrogen cluster in Milic. So the conclusion was, unequivocal conclusion was, that our projects we could do there were done by our Danish friends. So we thought it would be difficult to do them in Milic. So we've limited ourselves to just working on photovoltaics, a farm 600 hectares, where we can have connections provided that a green hydrogen production installation would be made in the future. But as you have heard, especially during the minister's presentation, that energy constitution hasn't been finished yet, so investors don't really want to even present letters of intent because we don't have yet all the legislation in place. But two companies, a Swiss one and a French one, have decided that they will contribute to such an installation in Milic, and they will wait patiently for this to take place. Undoubtedly, what has been very important as a foundation for such an installation is social capital. I've heard some data that if society is active, if a local community is active, and this is the case of Milic, preventing the building of such an installation, then we can indeed create such an installation. So we've talked to representatives of the local community, and we know what their expectations are. And the most important thing is that for the investor to fulfill the requirements they are asking for. That's all as far as the preparation of this source of green hydrogen are concerned. There are still a long way ahead of us. Who will the off-takers will be, how we will transmit the hydrogen, that's all ahead of us. But we believe that when we finish with photovoltaics, it will be so advanced that we will be able to connect new investments, meaning green hydrogen production, with off-taking. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. von Kampen. Now, Mr. Artur Kuźniacki, who represents ESV, the company ESV, and he will introduce the topic of microgrid. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this invitation to the discussion. Let me say that our company, ESV, is a different example of a cluster. We stem from the power sector. We are a distribution company. Our capital group has several entities dealing with the power distribution, but we also deal with gas distribution, heat generation and distribution, power generation in small-scale plants. So now you see the area where we operate and some information concerning our group, but I understand that the presentation should be very brief, so I will not go into details. Our idea for the cluster is to moving from centralized power sector to dispersed power generation. This transition should consist in not hoping that energy will come to us from big plants, from the national grid, but we will generate a group of clusters that will function as we've seen those red areas inside. And we are thinking about how clusters synchronize with the grid, so we're not talking about going off-grid completely. It's about being close to the end user to create installations generating the power that will correspond to consumption. This is to decrease problems concerning energy storage, power storage, because as a distribution company we do realize that transformation of electric energy into hydrogen and then back into power, this power-to-power process, is first of all it requires a lot of capital, and the efficiency of this transformation is not very high. So it seems to us that the crucial thing is to maximize the use of power on site. When it comes to the functioning of the cluster, Agnieszka has talked about it beautifully, but I would like to point to certain elements which are needed for such a cluster. So there are components, so production, marketing, distribution, and off-taking. But on the right you see distribution in red. We call it a virtual cluster. It's a formula which is admissible by the legislation. We believe that such a solution is not complete, because if we don't have the distribution component in the cluster, it may happen that if 5 municipalities come to an agreement, we will shift power from one area to another area using the distribution grid that we have 110, and we don't think it's an optimum solution. And on this slide I would like to show you some differences between the virtual cluster and a microgrid cluster. As you can see in the middle, power generation and storage, if necessary, should be very close to off-takers. We see the connection with the national grid, and the assumption of the legislation of us is to minimize the exchange of energy between the cluster and the grid. It should be on the level of 50–60%. So following this idea, we move to a macrogrid-based cluster. This means that in critical situations, there will be a possibility to open the connector and to move to asynchronic operation, of course, with limitations on power, on capacity and volume. It will probably mean to supplying off-takers in critical infrastructure. But such a cluster based on a microgrid, especially in the current situation with all what's going on in Ukraine, may be very valuable. This is a table showing differences between grid-based cluster and virtual cluster. We see that this grid-based cluster has many more functionalities, and the virtual cluster, we can say it's a platform for dealing with in electric energy and using some preferences. Here are assumptions concerning the concept, the whole concept of it. The way we approach it is that we will build such islands, microgrids, and we have a different approach to the way hydrogen is used. We are inclined to build a small-scale generating unit, especially given the low emission, CO2 emissions. What we would prefer cogeneration with gas. But we're thinking about using hydrogen and coal burning with natural gas. As a company which has been using gas engines for some time, we've talked to the manufacturer, and there is a confirmation that without basically no changes, no technological changes, they could mix hydrogen with natural gas, so methane in fact. 15% of hydrogen and the rest is methane. And this should not be surprising that it requires no change, because engines which use coke gas, the content of methane is about 50%, so there is no special problem, really. This has been important in stress several times, the cooperation between businesses and science and academia. It seems to us that from a business point of view, we need to define certain time horizons. A short-term period is co-burning hydrogen with natural gas methane, but in the longer term, we are thinking about processes using hydrogen, pure hydrogen. Another assumption is that we need to have certain effects for the national power system and the cluster participants. We think that the effect for the national system is practical load for the system, so decreasing the volume and exchange between the cluster and the system. But each participant of the cluster, generator and off-taker, should have some financial benefits from participating in the cluster. Another important element is education and transfer of knowledge among the cluster participants, and what has already been said, building the trust of the local community. Here you see the Siechnice cluster, which is in the municipality of Siechnice and Oława. You have some technical parameters of that cluster concerning its connection to generating units. We assume that we will have photovoltaic farms connected to our cluster at specific stages, 10, 15 and 31 megawatts. And we are also considering and processing the connection of a wind farm, 45 megawatt wind farm, but we have a problem of power availability because we need to have all these arrangements with Tauron, and Tauron has to go higher up, and there are some problems with that. So the crucial issue is the availability of connection capacity for renewable units to be connected. Within the cluster, we also have completed, in fact, a project called Smart City Siechnice, smart control of the grid and making measurement data available to end users. Under this project, benefits for end users, precise information about energy use, providing data for optimum energy use, financial settlements on time, and so on. So I think that we should be aware that if we have major generation, photovoltaic generation, energy generation around noon, we will need to create a whole system of incentives to use that energy. It has to be competitive, because if it's not, we will either limit generation or bear very high costs, because we will have to transform it into hydrogen. But we think that we should first use it for even to produce resistance energy, in a resistance system, which used to be considered a heresy. Financial benefits are important. We want financial benefits to be achieved by all participants in the cluster. Those graphs show you the structure of cost of distribution services as well as the cost of electricity. Please note that the current tariff regulations are unfortunately obsolete. They are not adapted to what's going on around us. And here you can see on this distribution graph, we see that the distributor can influence only this blue element, the constant component and the changeable component of the rate. The other components are quasi taxes, various payments, and this operators of non-connected distribution operators want to change this legislation in order for them to be able to have more influence. If they provide some benefits for the national grid, they should have some financial rewards. The same goes when it comes to energy trading. Within this whole amount paid by the end user, only the blue part is energy. The rest is 11%, for example, is the so-called green certificate. If clusters work only on green energy, so adding additional green energy task is unjustified. Intense barriers and incentives. Technical barriers relating to limited possibilities of connection to the grid, administrative barriers relating to location of sources, renewable sources, limitations connected to local development plans, financial barriers, availability of financing and bankability of projects. Incentives, development incentive. Differentiation between grid and virtual clusters in the legislation because they have different influences on the national grid. Formal legal conditions for buying back. And this is something important for clusters because we have already talked during the break that this could be very important for clusters set up by local governments in cities. They are looking for ways to make electricity cheaper, electricity for such entities. So co-sharing or the grid infrastructure, for example, is maybe a solution. Another thing, introducing flexibility of services provided by clusters for the grid, and solutions that seem necessary, but unfortunately the legislation cannot keep up with the needs. Main conclusions. The main objective of dispersed generation should be balancing and grid clusters as opposed to virtual clusters make it possible to limit energy exchange between clusters and the national grid. Development of grid clusters will make it possible to connect many more sources to the national grid. And I think that from the point of view of entities interested in connecting of renewables to the grid, this is something of crucial importance. Highly efficient cogeneration. Hydrogen-ready technology should be an important element in the stability of the cluster in power generation. Participation in the cluster should bring specific financial benefits to all participants. There is a need for the possibility of providing energy to the grid. Leading role for local governments to correlate spatial policy, facilitating the installation of renewables and development of clusters as local growth drivers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. we will now see a short clip from our sponsor. Let me just add to what Artur said as a representative of economics and management, the sandbox concept in lawmaking, and especially the spatial zoning act is important. I am in touch with many local authorities, and I know that this is the key piece of law that should be changed in order to enable renewable energy sources to be created based on the approval of the local community, the mayors, and so regulation about hydrogen, methanol, etc. 10 years ago, when the zoning plans that are currently in force were created, nobody knew that there will be such technologies. So this legislation is actually hindering implementation of these projects. Another clip. Thank you very much to the Bank Gospodarstwa Domowego. Now we're starting the next section of our panel with the next presenter and the next great invention. Thank you very much. All right. I can see that my presentation is already on the screen. It's about the new hydrogen generation method. Of course, heat-based process, electrolytic process are well known, and we have developed a technology that has been known before, but now is based on graphene. It has led us to very interesting findings in terms of efficiency of hydrogen production. Let's see the next slide. Over the next few years, at least 6 years, we have been working on graphene applications in the new light sources. Graphene is very fashionable, has become very fashionable, but we were interested in that because this is the material that if you excite it with a laser beam in a vacuum, it starts to emit light, and it can emit light for a long time, several years, and graphene is actually carbon. So we thought we could try to submerge graphene not in vacuum, where it emits white light, but to have 3D graphene which contains many layers to generate electrons. In a vacuum, an electron will always go back to the cathode, but in a liquid it will result in molecule dissociation in the liquid. So that's the direction that we followed. We have this aerogel submerged in water or other liquids like methanol here on the picture, and we have white light, very intense white light being emitted, which we see that apart from the light there is also this kind of bubble, and we discovered that this was actually hydrogen. The bubble was hydrogen, which pointed our attention to this possibility of generating hydrogen in this way. I remember at the beginning of the pandemics, our institute has had to close, and nobody knew how long it will last. And I was thinking that there were these new hydrogen projects worth €500,000 in Germany. Perhaps we can try to generate hydrogen as well. And quite surprisingly, we have published many papers and made many patents. The purity of the hydrogen produced in this way, generated in this way, is quite astonishing. Very often in hydrogen generation we have CO2 also being generated, methane, but actually CO2 is water soluble. Just look at the conversion efficiency. Nearly 90%. Very high result for conversion. Of course, we kept developing this technology and combined it with other technologies. Laser diode light emitting device is quite cheap, several dollars per device, 5 watt. There's no need for more powerful devices, and it can operate for 40,000 hours. So actually, if you invest in this kind of light source, it can generate hydrogen for a long time without the need to replace it for a long time. We have taken other avenues of potential development. We can combine it with electrolysis. We can experiment not only in liquids but also in steam, where we also noted a very high conversion rate. And here, for comparison, energy consumption of different hydrogen generation technologies, I actually forgot to say it at the beginning of my presentation. I am the one presenting, but I should thank members of my team, because it all was possible because of my wonderful team, very experienced in catalytic research, very innovative, Mr. Przemek Wiewiórski, Mr. Włodzimierz Miszta. These are the people, Mr. Robert Tomala as well. So these are the people who took an active part in all this work, and hence our numerous publications. So both papers and patents. Here you can see one of our first papers, laser-induced hydrogen generation in water using graphene. Graphene seems to be very expensive. You need quite a big plane, but here we are using the graphene dust or layers. This was one of our first papers published in Science, And since graphene tends to float towards the surface, and then we actually witness a propulsion of the whole container. There was an explosion, so that's how we got interested in that. Of course, there were potential military users. The army got very interested. I'm not sure what is happening with that idea, but because this was such an explosive technology, it actually directed us towards hydrogen. Right now, we know how to control this kind of hydrogen generation, and it is really efficient. All right, this is our first experiment. The vial with graphene placed in liquid, and then we shined some light, laser beam. It doesn't have to be a laser diode. It can be a semiconductor diode. And then when the graphene is emerging from water and gets in contact with the air, it explodes. So actually it can also find its use in propulsion engines. Okay, let's continue. Storage. Do we need to store hydrogen in big composite containers, or perhaps it would be possible to store it in microchips, and then we would have batteries that you could buy in a shop and store energy. And that's what we showed, that these first hydrogen storage microchips can be designed. We know that this is enough to power an oven, electric oven at home. This is a perfect energy source. I remember I visited a German company, ASV in Rostock, and Wiesmann, they have been designing such hydrogen-fueled electric ovens for some time. So our task would be to design hydrogen generators to be available for households and for cars. A car fueled by water. One thing is very important, something that has been mentioned. Hydrogen that is soluble in gases. Yes, that's easy, but how about liquids? It's almost impossible. If we produce supercritical liquid, it's possible to store quite a lot of quantities of hydrogen in it. So we can have hydrogen soluble in oil or in gases. If we have microparticles, graphene microparticles, and that's where hydrogen is stored, that is possible. The pandemic has actually prevented us to perform the series of tests on different subcritical liquids, how this would go. Not many research teams are actually doing this kind of research, but I know one such research team. And if we focused more on accommodation and the possibility to solve large amounts of hydrogen in subcritical liquids, that would probably potentially lead to very cost-effective solutions. I think that would be it, right? If so, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Professor, thank you for this inspiring presentation. Let me just remind you that Mr. Minister, Mr. Professor comes from Silesia, the place that actually manufactures boilers. So perhaps we can also have a technology research and development projects. Please join. Ms. Karolina Kurzat will be the next presenter. Today we will answer the question whether we can actually generate hydrogen from heat. On such a cold day it might not seem possible or obvious, but actually heat is everywhere. From waste processes, whenever a machine performs an action, there is heat generated. Unfortunately, most of that heat that is being generated is considered waste. Sorry for these technical glitches. 70% of all this waste heat that is generated by humanity that's the amount of this waste heat, 70%. 60% is of such waste heat is below the water boiling point. We often treat heat that is being produced with other processes as a waste, something that we consider to be a waste that is not environmentally friendly. But for us, heat is a superhero. I know that you might be thinking it's something that we don't want, but we actually want it. We want to use it in our processes. We want to use it to generate hydrogen with our thermoelectrolyzer. It's an innovative device with very high efficiency, over 96%. As you can see here on the screen, on the slide, we use electric power and this waste heat. Our product is not green hydrogen. Right, green hydrogen is produced from renewable energy sources. Our hydrogen will be green plus because we'll be using heat waste, which means that we'll be recycling heat that would otherwise be will have a negative environmental impact. Since we use heat, the efficiency of generating hydrogen from water will be increased. So 2.5 kilowatt modules, something that would be sufficient for a household, a detached house. Here you can see a comparison between our thermoelectrolyzer with the traditional electrolyzer, conventional electrolyzer. We can achieve 66% increase in hydrogen generation efficiency, which will translate into much lower hydrogen prices since hydrogen as fuel will become cheaper. It would also be more competitive with fossil fuels. We'll be able to generate it locally, and since it will become more ubiquitous, we'll be able to optimize the use of renewable energy. Energy storage is a very important topic, which has been mentioned many times during today's conference. Hydrogen storage facilities based on thermoelectrolysis will have an increased capacity when compared to the ones that are now in use. This presentation was very short, so I was very brief, but I would like you to remember our team. We have achieved synergies both in terms of technology, engineering, and business. Kamil Wójcik is the initiator of our project. We also have on board Mr. Marek Winkowski, who is the president of the board of Wintech Technology. He was one of the initiators of the Wrocław Park of Technology and its manager for a long time. We also have on board Professor Jarosław Myśliwiec from the Wrocław University of Technology, as well as the representative of Water and Science Technology, Tomasz Gądek and Katarzyna Pala. I myself have 10 years of international experience working in startups and corporations, and I'm the lead for this project for business and marketing purposes. Our project involves a novel, innovative product. We already have interested investors, but we're looking for more investors for further steps. This project, as you can imagine, is a comprehensive one and complex. That's why we also include this dollar symbol in our presentation. If you would like to jump in and join the train, so to speak, you're very welcome. Please join us. I hope that through this presentation you'll know where to find us. If you have technical questions, probably Kamil Wójcik would be the best person to answer them. We don't want to reveal all the details, but we'll be very happy if you'd like to get in touch. This is my telephone number. Very easy to remember. Hopefully I managed to persuade you that this is an interesting project that will be able to generate hydrogen in a cheap and effective way and have cheap and effective storage facilities which will be environmentally friendly. Thank you very much, Carolina. This pitch deck, that was quite impeccable. Yes, hopefully the dollars will proliferate, but I would like to suggest one thing, because this is a big problem in professional energy sector, the low heat waste and its utilization. If your electrolyzer can reach further efficiency, even more efficiency, using that kind of heat waste, we might have a product for you. We have a project that generates that kind of heat, and we are actually trying to figure out how to use it. So please get in touch. As one of the directors today, of our sponsors today, said, our partners, that they are ready to and open-minded about such projects. I would now like to ask Mr. Matt Sołtysiak to join us on stage or in front of the room. Well, my name is actually Mateusz. Welcome. My brief presentation will introduce what we do. Hydrogen is part of SESCOM. We are researching hydrogen-based products and energy solutions. A bit of background. You might find it a bit boring, but it's quite important. On the left-hand side, in 209, that's the number, how many electrolyzers there were in EU, and on the right-hand side, how many we should have before the end of 2030. As you can see, this is a manifold increase, very ambitious plans. Now, because of the Ukrainian, of the war in Ukraine, the prices are reaching exorbitant levels, so the plan is probably a bit unrealistic. We won't have enough production capacity to manufacture electrolyzers, which means that the EU will have to buy electrolyzers from China and India in order to achieve these goals. So what we do? We develop two kinds of products. One is electrolyzers, and the second one is hydrogen boilers. Electrolyzers, of course, are hydrogen generator devices. We have different types, alkaline, etc., etc., all generate hydrogen based on a slightly different technology. We have selected two specific types that we would like to develop, and let me show you some hard data. Alkaline and AEM electrolyzers right now. It's the proof of concept stage and R&D stage. AIM electrolyzers, these parameters are pretty well established, just compatible with what the German company Enapter is getting. We are using a slightly different solution. In terms of alkaline electrolyzers, we still have some unknowns here, for example, for capacity. We don't have yet a prototype that would allow us to have detailed data, but we would like to translate these projects into certifiable products and start manufacturing process and production in 2025. Another product that we are developing is hydrogen boilers based on innovative solution. Hydrogen combustion in air might generate some difficulties. It's not a zero emission technology, and we decided that we would like to utilize both both products of combustion, which is hydrogen and oxide. Somebody's left their phone and somebody's calling them right now. So what are the benefits of these kind of boilers? If we use it for hydrogen generation from using renewable energy, we are talking about zero emission hydrogen generation in June 2023 will be starting tests on a prototype, and then we'll be very glad to share results. Other elements that are related to hydrogen generation, the hydrogen hubs and ecosystems that could be designed specifically for hydrogen generation and utilization. Our project have been passed on to banks. We have signed contracts and can now design such hydrogen hubs for our clients. We are now designing two such hubs. In Poland, none of these projects have yet been implemented on a large commercial scale. We'll see what 2023 will bring. In terms of proof of concept, there's quite a lot of myths on the market. How much can such a model cost? We've recently heard press reports giving specific numbers. I think we need to confront the data that is circulating with feasible projects. For example, here we have a project for a customer that would like to use hydrogen for public transport with on-grid generation using renewable energy connected to the grid. Some of the electricity will be sold and some will be utilized. So these are the data. All kind of circumstances impact the final price of energy from this source. So in terms of price, as you can see, 2021 zlotys for hydrogen, for installations that are almost off the grid. So off-grid hydrogen generation, if you want to generate hydrogen in this way, you won't be able to go below the price of 53 zlotys. Given our grid, we could see no such examples in Poland after the 10H law. so-called 10H law, we don't have suitable installations. Most wind farms cannot satisfy the criteria for this kind of hydrogen production. Hopefully this will change in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I do hope so as well, that we will be able to have a photovoltaic and wind farms nearby, because it balances itself out over 12 months, and we can stably produce green hydrogen and then transmute it. I like the idea of hydrogen heating plant, and we need to take into account elements like RIDF. We might create another innovation lowering apex and OPEX, and without an outbreak, moving to the strategic part, as has already been mentioned. So, attempts to store hydrogen. I would like to invite Mr. Henrik Drulis, who will tell us about storing hydrogen in solids. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, I represent basic sciences here, and we've been dealing with hydrogen for 70 years. Wrocław can boast the fact that it was the first city or community where such a topic as hydrogen, use of hydrogen, from the point of view of basic research, was touched upon. Storing hydrogen in metals and metallic alloys, so it's a very simple process, as you can see. Gaseous hydrogen reacts with certain metals and goes inside this solid metal or alloy. It's a chemical bond, because we also know physical absorption, which is absorption of hydrogen by surfaces of various graphenes, carbons, and so on. That's completely different. This is a chemical process. As a result, as you can see, we may have problems, and sometimes they happen. The first problem was corrosion, hydrogen corrosion. We dealt with when pipes were not ready to have a high concentration of hydrogen, which may lead inside some gases to the destruction of, mechanical destruction of these surfaces, these devices. The reaction is very simple. And why do I want to mention that? Next slide. This is a confirmation of what I've just said. That's the first hydrogen storage facility in metals. It's called uranium hydride. That was a sensation. You don't believe me, you may not believe it, but it happened. It's a paper from 1952. I will not explain the nature of this paper, the full nature, but indeed, this hydride, for the first time at our institute, was used as a way of storing hydrogen for laboratory purposes. That's a source of hydrogen. Hydrogen from this hydride was very easy to recover. It was enough to heat it up, raise the temperature above the temperature in which it was absorbed, and it left the metal in its entirety. In this way, we can get the purest possible hydrogen you can imagine. Everything that was there in the dirty hydrogen remains in the metal, and this is still going on today. If you want to have a simple facility for purifying hydrogen, this should use hydrogen, metal hydride. Either they don't get into the hydrogen, other gases, only hydrogen gets into the metals, and when it leaves it leaves it in a pure form. And this confirms how early we started to become interested in hydrates as storage possibilities for pure hydrogen for the purposes of our research. These are the most distinguished people in Wrocław, Professor Staliński, Stebiatowski i Siliwa, who were discoverers of this hydride. I will not explain this further because we don't have enough time. Where this uranium came from? It's hard to imagine that uranium hydrates were commonly used on a large scale, because it's a metal used for completely different purposes. But at our institute, we used this metal for a long time as a means to store hydrogen. This is the device which is still being used in our institute. It's there at our institute, and with this equipment, we conducted hundreds of various syntheses of metals, metal alloys, and hydrogen. This is made of glass, so the hydrogen pressure could not exceed 1 atmosphere. But in such conditions, almost all rare earth metals react with hydrogen. From some it's easier to recover all hydrogen, some give back less, but we were interested in these metals from the point of view of the physical, magnetic, electrical properties, structural properties, because it's a kind of a phenomenon. The hydride I mentioned a few moments later, the uranium itself, it is a weak paramagnetic substance. After getting hydrogen, it's turned out to be a ferromagnetic substance. When it comes to hydrates and their properties, well, I could talk for a few days about that, but of course not from the point of view of applications. Next slide. It wasn't very recently that we became interested in, about 10 years ago, in such systems of metals and metal alloys that could be used in batteries or devices for storing hydrogen. What are the criteria? High percentage of hydrogen in such an alloy, metal alloy, mild conditions, temperature and pressure for hydrogen absorption in the alloy, to be commonly used, ease of hydrogen recovery from a simple desorption process. That's the most important thing when it comes to using these materials as hydrogen storage materials. The composition pressure values within the range of 1-2 atmosphere at possibly moderate temperatures. We look for materials which easily absorb and give back hydrogen, not to have to use laser or something else, or to use moderate temperature. Durability of the alloy with regard to repeated acts of hydrogen absorption and desorption, that's a very important issue, because the first use of application of metal hydrides was the construction of an electrode, a negative electrode, in a nickel-cadmium cell. There are various famous batteries, but cadmium has been replaced with one of such hydrides, and it turned out to be brilliant, as long as these materials, until lithium outstood these materials. But I have a car, a Prius, Toyota Prius, which has a battery, a nickel hydride battery, and not other iron lithium battery. And the lowest possible prices, of course. Next slide. That's by way of comparison, because that's one of the methods of storing hydrogen. Alternatives, what you've been talking about, liquefied, compressed, very well-known popular methods, irreplaceable. An alternative method, the one I've been talking about, storing it in metal hydrates. Please note pros and cons. The most critical is the percentage of hydrogen mass in the facility mass, the device mass. We know from that we reach 2 mass percentage of hydrogen in a tank. It would seem, of course, that for the purposes of mobile power supply in cars, the storage of just 2% is not very good, because such a tank would have to weigh about 200 kilograms to have enough hydrogen. But when it comes to tanks, hydrogen tanks don't have to be just mobile tanks, or those needed in quantities, well, on a ship. But as I've heard, there is this problem of dispersed energy generation, power generation. In this system, it's not a huge problem, because I can have this tank, stationary tank, next to my house, next to a hospital, police station, and so on, and its weight is no longer that important because I don't move it. And the number of these processes may be thousands and thousands. I've traveled over 300,000 kilometers with my car, and I've not looked into my battery even once. One more interesting story, which is always a surprise to my students. Please note that there are materials where the amount of hydrogen in 1 cubic centimeter of that material is greater than the amount of hydrogen in 1 cubic centimeter of liquid hydrogen. Seems impossible, but it is true, because the distances between atoms of hydrogen in a metal are smaller than in liquid hydrogen. That's all? Or is there any more slides? Yay! That's a device which we use in our research of hydrates under high pressures. High pressure is a pressure of 50 atmospheres at our institute. That's a tank, but that's not very interesting. In addition to what, in comparison with what I have been trying to show you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. I would like to say that despite the passage of time, the topic you initiated with other professors is very much relevant today, especially when it comes to storage facilities which are not mobile. It's so attractive that we have one of our startups, which a few weeks ago got a grant to build a storage facility for hydrogen based on hydrate. So there is a possibility of cooperation for you. So all the best. Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Piotr Rudyshin, who has been able to reach us now. Well, if we had a hydrogen train, I would have reached you earlier. I came from Zgorzelec, and I would like to show you a project which we started quite a long time ago. A Wrocław professor, whom I think is a great speaker, begins each presentation or ends each presentation with an anecdote. So I've prepared one as well. The project I will talk about is a project which is conducted near Mikołowa. It's a small village between the district of Lubań and Zgorzelec. There is a huge station, PSE station, to which we have a connection from the Turów power plant, but also trans-border connection to Germany, hence the huge advantage of this location. But as I have said, I have to tell you this anecdote. In Russia, it's not a fashionable country now, but there are quite a lot of people there who quickly became rich, and they don't want to really reveal the way how they arrived at their wealth. And a journalist asked one such rich Russians, "Where did you get the money from?" "Well, I get it from a drawer. I have this piece of furniture and get the money from the drawer." "Who puts the money inside the drawer?" "My wife." "And where does she get the money from?" "Well, from me." "And you?" "From the drawer." So it's about. There was a presentation of on the Zgorzelec cluster, and this cluster came from this drawer. In 2012, Gapol, a company, another company, started first photovoltaic project. In 2002, the same company started a huge wind project on a waste heap, which is still being continued despite the adverse legislation. I've been talking about this, that our company, Polska Energetyka Słoneczna, on the basis of our experiences, because we were a shareholder with these companies and with a local developer, we began in 2012 working on photovoltaic projects which are ready now, and they are the core of the Zgorzelec cluster. And we use these experiences, here's the map of project, to start a larger project. Why this location? I have told you about the Mikołowo station, but Zgorzelec, I moved there a few years ago, although I lived on the other side of the border between Zgorzelec and Bałton. It's a very interesting place logistically, because we have communication or transport networks, railroad hubs. It takes 1 hour to get to Dresden, 1 hour to Prague, 2 hours to Berlin, and to Wrocław. So it's a crossroads of energy grids. And one more important thing when it comes to hydrogen, access to expert, well-qualified people. You can't build an installation if you don't have water. Hydrogen will not develop if we don't have excess power. The situation we find ourselves in is difficult because we have problems with water and with electricity. So in order to implement these ambitious projects, let me remind you the most worrying thing in our hydrogen project: per 1 unit of hydrogen, we need about 6 units of water. And as Rifkin said, the revolution in the evolution of humans, so closing the Stone Age, was not related to the fact that the stone ran out. And I'm feared that until we resolve that energy problem and the problem of water, we will not be able to develop hydrogen as fast as we would like. The proximity of the mine, the Turów mine, and several German mines, as well as several check mines means that there is a potential when it comes to this. Well, these open cast mines will probably end their operation. There is a huge potential when it comes to water in this location. These areas are near the mountains as well, hence the idea for a huge photovoltaic project combined with a large wind project in this area. We have 3 municipalities in the district of Zgorzelec, although one is from the Lubin district, so we have Zgorzelec, Platerówka-Pińsk and Zgorzelec. So in these municipalities we have sub-photovoltaic projects, over 2,000 hectares of land. The project will consist of 2 stages, 600 megawatts, a project we plan to connect to the Tauron PSE grid, and depending on the way the market develops, we will have another such an amount to connect with hydrogen. We have a big technology partner, a French company, which supports us in this solution. Today we focus primarily on producing electricity and connecting to the PSE grid, to the Mikołowa station grid as quickly as possible. This is what we will focus on next year. But we've already started working on these hydrogen projects and hydrogen infrastructure. But as I've heard today, and this is correct, our legislation is not ready for installations having anything to do with hydrogen. Even a storage facility is a problem. So we do not want to interrupt the work on the photovoltaic and wind projects. We want this to continue. As I've said, at the end of the day, as the Americans say, we want to have 200 megawatts of wind. This project has been going on for quite some time, and a project that will be 600 megawatts connected to the PSE grid, and 600 megawatts directly connected to hydrogen generating installations. We understand this project. We know that efficient production of hydrogen means maximum load for the devices, hourly load for devices involved. So we will have to design this very well. I think that the involvement of the project when it comes to administrative decisions, well, the environmental decision, it took us 2 years to obtain it. The reason was that the Regional Environmental Protection Authority, that's not the official fault, they have not enough personnel simply, and things that not connected to hydrogen, like lack of personnel in the environmental authority, meant that we waited for decisions for a year and a half. We tried to remain under the radar with these problems until recently, but thanks to the encouragement of the agency, we joined the Valley, and we think it's a good place for working, and we would like to encourage you to cooperate, because we know that through sharing experiences and combining our information, it can develop. We also know, and you also realize, that hydrogen is the future, but this future can be built only if we have good education base and training base. And I think it's the next thing we will show. We are trying to have this venture called Hydrogen Academy. We have been inspired to do so by our foreign partner. We wanted to create a cycle of training, like a postgraduate program, not for someone to have a certificate to be proud of, but to acquire specific knowledge of hydrogen. And the plan for this training cycle is for 6 such sessions that would be preceded by study visits, because Germany and France have more achievements in this field. Please don't take it personally, but I think that in the legal environment our university are, it's much harder to create such a postgraduate program. Of course, we want to draw on academia and academic staff and researchers, but we want to use the experiences of our foreign partners, because 3 or 4 years ago, some technical universities had such programs collaborating with companies in Germany and France. A lot of bad happened when there was a big brake put on the wind energy market in Poland, and because it put an end to all the other issues there, like controlling system and storing systems. So we have a project, and we would like to use our partners and their experiences to move this forward in the near future, to have people that will help us carry out this project. I've shown this slide just to make you realize what this project is all about. Thank you very much, and apologies once again for being late. Thank you very much. A pity that Lower Silesia is not by the sea, because the focus is that the sea levels will rise, so we will have enough water to produce 1 kilogram of hydrogen from 9 kilograms of water. A small change in our agenda. Now we'll have a break. Thank you, Professor, for giving me this opportunity to chair the session. See you in 15 minutes.
galerie handlowe. Zasilamy biurowce, hotele i lokale usługowe. Dostarczamy również energię dla gospodarstw domowych, urzędów i spółek komunalnych. Wspieramy inwestorów w realizacji ich projektów. Kluczowe obszary naszej działalności to dystrybucja i sprzedaż energii elektrycznej, ciepła i gazu, serwis, modernizacja, rozwój i utrzymanie
Welcome after the coffee break. We're now starting the last panel with presentations from participants in the Lower Silesia Hydrogen Valley. We have several interesting projects to present yet. Hydrogen storage is one of the Wrocław specialty, as you'll see. The first speaker will be Mr. Murawski from the High Pressure Research Institute in Warsaw. Mr. Murawski. Andrzej Murawski, Institute of High Pressure Research in Warsaw. We're actually focusing on high pressure applications related to hydrogen. Today I would like to present a kind of atypical hydrogen storage. Tomasz Cetner is the main author of this presentation. I actually stepped in at the last moment. That's why I'm presenting his paper. We focus on hydrogen containers, 60 liters, and we're trying to design better storage containers. We want to have at least 1,500 bars capacity without cooling. We are checking carbon fibers, IMS, Japanese made, basalt fibers, and glass fibers. Our seat is in Warsaw, in the Wola district. Here you can find us. Our innovation park, where we do our testing, is located in Celestynów. You can see the building here on the screen. For many years, we have been working on laboratory devices, high-pressure devices for laboratory users, for testing applications, including for hydrogen applications. We have a colleague, a professor, who has been conducting research on hydrogen diffusion, very long-term research. These are examples of the devices he designed. And the pressure with for example, in the steel chambers. 0.5 liter, that's the capacity. Here you can see the parameters and what it looks like on the left-hand side. So this is high-pressure chamber used for testing. Together with the Low Temperature Research Institute, we have been conducting combined research, joint research projects. Right now, we're focusing on the energy transmission based on specific wire which can transmit gigawatts of energy. This is technology based on liquefied hydrogen, and this is something that we are working on in our other project. That is why we also got interested in hydrogen. I just wanted to show you what we do. The wires made by Hypertech, an American company, and here you can see our own fibers, patented fibers, which is very effective and prevents the copper to react with the other substances. So the wire, we use DC cable around the wire, and we can transmit almost a gigawatt and gigawatts energy. So here you can see the increase. Mirai uses up to 700 bars. You can see it here in ambient temperature. With these parameters, we decided to make containers that can stand 1,500 bars with specific density, 62 grams per cubic decimeter. We can actually work with much higher hydrogen densities as we perfect our design. That's what the container looks like. We have high-density polymer liner, HDPE. It's a high-density polyethylene, carbon fiber composite outside composite. So we have this single container that can stand up to 700 bars, but we also design different containers, containers within containers. We have hydrogen inside and nitrogen in the outside container, outer container. This is not necessary. Of course, we can have a different mix. we have a pressure exerted on the inner container, which actually provides us specific parameters of pressure exerted on the walls. So our sensors indicate whenever there's a hydrogen diffusion. We can also use it in another combination with hydrogen inside and outside in the outer container, and then it turns out that the container like this can be twice as small as the previous design. Actually, the weight would be the same. How do we make them? Well, this is pretty standard. We use pretty standard HDP materials, which we weld together, and then we have our own design spivots. They are designed so as the hydrogen is actually delivered on one side only. And here you can see, just for comparison, my colleague is posing with a container so that you can see how big it is. And this is the design for our double container inside container design. That's how we make it. In the bottom you can see basalt made container, which we are now testing in high pressure conditions. We have quite a lot of testing equipment already available, and we are testing containers in different conditions under different circumstances. 3,000 bars, that's the capacity that we reached. That's how much it can resist. We do our testing in a special bunker outside of the main building. And we also have tension and stress sensors, the dilation processes. 1,500 to 2,000 bars, that's the how much it can resist with carbon fibers and basalt fibers and glass fiber. So we're testing 3 different kinds of containers. Our plans. Well, we are involved in joint projects with the Low Temperature Research Institute, so we would like to pursue that. Probably we'll be testing aluminium and also test materials in terms of hydrogen impact on the materials used for construction, hydrogen diffusion, and any kind of reactivity. Old liners are being now tested under the pressure of around 2,000 atmosphere. So right now we are making prototypes of containers from basalt fibers, which is cheaper. So we are also going to test them in vehicles, not in Toyota. This is the Toyota Mirai that we'll be using for testing purposes. We're also, so that's what we're doing right now. That's what occupies us. Thank you very much. We're staying with high pressure containers as a topic because our universities have been known for research on this theme. In the Wrocław University of Technology, we have a team that's been part of our European projects with quite a unique team and lab. Professor Gąsior will tell us more about this, and then we'll have a presentation of their recent findings. Thank you very much, Professor. Welcome. My name is Paweł Gąsior. Can we start the presentation? As Professor said, we have been working on hydrogen storage and testing. Let me tell you briefly about our history. Professor mentioned that the team has been active for the last 80 years. It's very difficult to talk about all the history within just 5 minutes. Why are we talking about hydrogen at all? Well, we do have some experience. Back in 2005, we started the first projects on the high pressure hydrogen storage. These projects have been funded from national funds, and we were testing high pressure storage solutions using hydraulic presses, the same kind of tests that were presented just a moment ago. We're also designing both containers and installations for hydrogen transmission, hydrogen pipelines using optical fiber sensors that could enable ongoing monitoring of such installations. We are also doing material research, numerical modeling. Justyna Krzak, our colleague, will go into details, so I'll just skip that. But for the last few years, we've also been focusing on using hydrogen for energy purposes, including hydrogen you consider to be a waste from other processes. In our lab, we are following existing standards, and we also assist companies in certification of their projects in line with current regulations. We do testing, destruction tests, status testing, cyclic testing in ambient temperatures and extreme circumstances, conditions. Just an example, in order to be awarded a certificate for high pressure container, we need to perform several hundreds of tests, including using hydrogen. We will be very happy to see you in our lab tomorrow. One of the first visitors actually plans to be there. So, in terms of monitoring high pressure containers, the sensors can be designed and also can help in monitoring all the incidents that might be happening inside a container. In 2 weeks' time, we will be starting another project that will last for 3 years. The fifth generation of containers without any lining, which means that we'll only have the composite layer that would ensure both hydrogen storage and sealing. This is the project that we are following with Air Liquids as the leader, but there are other companies, international companies from France and Slovenia, and 2 national entities that are involved. These containers will have the capacity for stationary use of hydrogen storage, but will also have a proof of concept, movable proof of concept container. A 10.5. Is it big or small? Air Kit is now using transportation containers that enable them to transport 5 kilograms of hydrogen, 500 kilograms of hydrogen. So we're talking about a significant increase in the capacity. This technology has the potential of being pretty cheap, which means that we'll be able, the capex factor for 1 kilogram would be around 400 euros, so that's much less than currently. In terms of other projects, over the last few years, involved waste hydrogen from chemical plants. This is an example of an installation that we created in one of the Azoty group plants. Hydrogen as a byproduct in oxo alcohols. Which enables us to create an installation capable of generating 1 megawatt power based on combustion engines, but we wanted to check whether the cleaned hydrogen can also be used in a low temperature power cell, and we also wanted to check the sensors designed to monitor the quality of the sealing for transmission installations. Another project related to hydrogen obtained from waste where liquid fraction is evacuated in waste treatment plants using plasma gasification. So we were trying to verify whether we can use the end product in SLC cell, which is a high temperature cell. One of our more recent activities, the concept and the initial steps for a feasibility study for stationary projects commissioned by PGNiG for salt cavern hydrogen storage. And in case of this project, we're talking about hundreds of tons of hydrogen made using renewable energy. And of course, we're talking about high-pressure containers that would require very different solutions, and hence the idea to use salt caverns, which have been used around the world for hydrogen storage since the 70s. There's not much research documenting the process, though. That's why we would like to replicate this research here in Poland. This is the list of companies that with whom we collaborate on a daily basis. If you have any questions, please get in touch. Thank you very much. An increased interest in hydrogen will definitely bring about the development of such containers and new generations of such containers. Apart from pipelines, definitely hydrogen will have to be transported using containers. Apart from the mechanical aspects and safety questions, there is also another aspect when hydrogen is actually leaking through the materials, and Justyna Krzak will tell us more about research on this specific topic. Thank you very much, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Justyna Krzak. I work in the same chair as my colleague at the Wrocław University of Technology. Today I would like to present the materials that we are testing in the context of hydrogen-based economy development. I'm not going to speak about the very basic processes, because my colleagues have already talked about it, but our experience that we already have in terms of designing high-pressure containers, it's complemented, which I would like to stress, with our research in new coating materials. We're focusing on structures and their modification, later applications. It's somewhat secondary for us. For us, it's most important to have full control over the structural modification processes, in which we are pretty successful. We're talking about barrier materials for hydrogen applications. Right now, at this stage, probably this is more sealing applications. We're thinking about silicon-based coatings, sol gel coatings, which can increase sealability. We are collaborating with a French manufacturer of the coatings for hydrogen containers, high-pressure containers. Last year, towards the end of last year, we also started a project funded through Norwegian funds. I also applied to the National Center of Research Development to get additional funding. The objective of that project is to develop materials that would prevent hydrogen seeping through the polymer coatings. We're also working on nanometric coatings and how to use them in curved surfaces, large surfaces, and also the methods to establish the quality of such coating. In this kind of applications, this is very significant. Here you can see the results for limiting the hydrogen escape in specific high-pressure conditions. We are tweaking the parameters constantly, trying to get better results. And hydrogen permeability in under 700 bar of overpressure, we could reduce it by 36%. By using high-density polymer coatings, we're also testing coatings of medium density polyethylene, and also we were testing a sensing system in our lab. We're actually testing different kinds of gases, including hydrogen. On this slide, you see other findings for permeability of polymer materials in low pressure, and you can see how the permeability is reduced in these conditions at that level. The coatings are thin. Another material that we generate using sol gel method is aerogel of pretty complex structure made in laboratories. In the context of hydrogen, we are making these materials in order to have an insulating material for cryogenic containers. We are collaborating with a Polish company based in Trzebnica, developing an aerogel material based on recycled polyethylene to insulate containers, including liquefied glass, the temperature that guarantees, in a temperature that guarantees that gas is liquefied. Here you can see the structure of our aerogels, and on the next slide you see some samples. Insulation in high temperatures is not a problem, it's not an issue, and in very low temperatures it's not an issue either. But cryogenic temperatures do pose a problem, but actually our porous structures can deal with that as well. Now we are working on their mechanical properties of the structures that we are making. We want them to be able to hold, for example, when the installation is being mounted. And the last thing I would like to present today is a system or a measuring method that we are developing and adapting to measuring properties of surfaces that are used for hydrogen operation. Using spectrometry, we are trying to establish, or actually to register changes in the surface that resulted from the surface being in contact with hydrogen. We already have our first results, and we can now detect such a change in surface in situ after some time. Right now we are developing an ongoing monitoring method. If you're interested, please get in touch. You're very much invited to contact us. This is, let me introduce our research team. We have PhD students and PhD candidates and postdocs. Mr. Kaleta and Wally Jones are our experts. This research was supported by the National Center for Research and Development in Poland under the small grant scheme. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We will stay with hydrogen storage. Now about mobile storage facilities, a presentation by Ernest Wojtowicz. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this conference. Can I have my presentation? So, when it comes to production storage of hydrogen, Professor Miller and Dr. Gąsior have mentioned the question of transport. Our paths, our company's paths, and the two universities crossed 2 years ago, and our company produces specialist heavy utility vehicles, usually in the Scandinavian markets. These are trucks and trailers. So immediately there emerged the idea of mobile storage facilities of this energy. Using a bit more complex systems. We call them multifunctional platform for transporting tanks or energy sources. Since in the Scandinavian market, all vehicles which are standard vehicles in our part of Europe are no standard vehicles there. Everything is longer there, everything is heavier there. So these are Scandinavian standards. Our company have been producing for the Norwegian, Finnish, Swedish and Finnish market 95% of our products. Now, moving to our two ideas over the last 2 years, let me first show what we do. Several slides showing what we do. Now, there came a gem in our portfolio, vehicles, multifunctional vehicles for building railway infrastructure and for maintenance in the railway infrastructure. So, establishing contact with the Wrocław University of Technology and Economics, University of Economics, the first idea for our project, joint project, the idea was to produce a multifunctional platform for loading, unloading, and transporting hydrogen tanks. The very aspect of transporting hydrogen is fairly simple, but loading and unloading, it was something we wanted to do in a multifunctional option. With full automation of loading and unloading and monitoring parameters of collected hydrogen under pressure. I do apologize for those technical problems. That was one of our ideas. The other one was, this is the vehicle. Another one was a multifunctional rail vehicle for wheeling railway infrastructure and road infrastructure. With the possibility of replacing various components of it, and the drive propulsion system was adapted to road and rail conditions, and it was powered by hydrogen on this device, or with a device, a pooling device, a vehicle also powered by hydrogen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now let us move to distribution. The Institute of Low Temperatures and Infrastructure Research carries out a hydrogen filling station project, and Grzegorz Paściak is in charge of that, and he will give us some information about this particular project. Thank you very much for this introduction. I will tell you something about the hydrogen technologies we have been dealing with at the Institute of Low Temperatures. A lot has already been said, Professor Drulis, Professor Streng, Professor Jerzowski. I will try to add a little bit to that, and at the end I will tell you about the crowning achievement of our actions when it comes to hydrogen technologies. That is the hydrogen power station. At our institute, we focus in a comprehensive manner on research in hydrogen technologies, hydrogen generation, collection, and use of hydrogen, beginning with research into materials used to build devices, electrochemical devices like electrolyzers or fuel cells, as well as hydrogen storage tanks, and ending with the construction of such devices and their application. So to generate hydrogen, we use what has already been described by Professor Streng. We use photolysis, and on a larger scale, we have been constructing alkaline electrolyzers. Electrolyzers with a polymer membrane, a proton and ion conducting membrane, and ceramic membrane. A fairly new topic we want to take up and covered by the Institute of High Pressure electrolyzers, based high pressure electrolyzers. This is a very interesting idea, which is one of the priorities, thematic priorities of the European Union. Such electrolyzers will make it possible to avoid a complex process of hydrogen compression in order to store it in tanks. When it comes to storage, as Professor Zielony mentioned, metal hydrates. We have been studying liquefaction of hydrogen. We have some experience in collaboration with Institute of High Pressure with high pressure tanks, composite tanks, and also with Dr. Morawski researchers mix tanks, cryo or cryo high pressure tanks. Applications, we are building our own on the basis of our own materials and commercial materials. We are building fuel cells, both PEM and softs, fuel cells. Some examples of our studies, our projects, we are building individual cells of electrolyzers and fuel cells based on our own materials and materials which are commercially available. The construction of such cells is not a trivial matter, although it may seem that electrolyzers are basically a membrane, two electrodes, and that's it. But the structure of the cell, of the electrolyzer cell, and even more so electrolyzer stacks or fuel cell stacks, is quite a challenge. Our research, material research, focuses mainly in the case of electrolyzers on increasing the efficiency of electrodes, so expanding the area of electrodes, the surface of electrodes, by using graphene, for example. In the case of electrolyzers, in the case of fuel cells, we are working on new types of electrolytes. We are abandoning traditional electrolytes based on zirconium oxide. We focus more and more on basement oxides. Examples of applications of our structures of fuel cells, I think that the first vehicle in Poland, hydrogen-powered vehicle with a fuel cell, an electric scooter, we designed it in 2006. So, as you can see, these hydrogen technologies applications have been there with us for quite some time, and we've been familiar with them for some time. Another application, UPS, so emergency generator. In the case of the scooter, we used steel pressure tank. Now it looks like a museum piece now, in comparison with, let's say, Toyota Mirai. In the case of UPS, the hydrogen tank hydrogen was stored in the form of metal hydrates. When it comes to ceramic fuel cells and electrolyzers, as I've said, we are researching materials, electrolyte materials. In addition, we build individual cells and the combinations. So, of course, we are researching the functional parameters of these cells, their efficiency, characteristics, how much hydrogen has to be supplied in order to get the required power of a fuel cell. We all have this checked and verified, and one of the last recent topics we've taken up is the combination of a high temperature electrolyzer, which not only transforms water into hydrogen, but also transforms CO2 into CO, creating a synthetic gas which then can be transformed into fuel. All those projects, activities we've been doing have been crowned with a project which we submitted during a call for proposals of the National Research and Development Center. This is a competition on new technologies, energy technologies for generating and using hydrogen. The topic of our entry was the developing of a smart integrated hydrogen generation and storage system, hydrogen power station. The consortium was made up by Invebit, the company which is the leader of our venture, member of the Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley, Institute of High Pressures, Polish Academy of Sciences, responsible for storing, the leader is responsible for controlling the whole system, and we, the Institute of Low Temperatures, Polish Academy of Sciences, we are responsible for electrolyzers. And this project is at the stage of feasibility study, which is now being being compiled, and then will be submitted for assessment and hopefully selected for further financing by the National R&D Center. The second stage consists in constructing a modular scalable electrolyzers with a capacity of 50 kilowatts. It will make it possible to generate at least 900 grams of hydrogen per hour. We are planning to use an alkaline electrolyzer or AEM electrolyzer. These two types of electrolyzers do not require platinum as a catalyst, although they do require nickel. And this material is becoming increasingly strategic and expensive. We are planning to link this, combine this electrolysis with photolysis, which is to increase the efficiency of electrolysis. Our system, developed in stage 2, will have a capacity of 13 kilowatts of electricity, and it will be able to provide power for 12 hours. Stage 3 is the expansion of the system from stage 2. But here, the electrolyzers, high-powered electrolyzers, 5 megawatts, producing at least 90 kilograms of hydrogen per hour. And this will make it possible to generate electric energy by means of fuel cells. And the capacity would be 650 kilowatts. And this power will be supplied to the devices for 24 hours. The location of stage 3 of our project will be probably Gajowski, so our hydrogen cluster, with which the consortium has signed a letter of intent. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. And that's the last project, and we are keeping our fingers crossed for it. Has integrated some of the potential we have had an opportunity to see in various presentations. So it's a critical mass joining Gajowski in several higher education institutions, research institutions, and this is wonderful. At the end of this session, we have asked an inventor and innovator from Krakow, Antoni Bara, with whom we've been collaborating for several months. He deals with energy storage for many years in his family company, AB Consulting, working with Elektrothermia, a Krakow-based company, and he will tell us some of his reflections on the direction of green energy storage, what his ideas are, what he would advise for us to move to this stage of constructing storage facilities, because it's a key to building this world of green energy. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to meet you. Let me make it clear, dealing with energy storage, it has been going on for 2 years. It's like a hobby to me, really, but life has forced me to take it up. I would start, if you allow me, not with green energy storage facilities, but from the automotive industry. If I may ask you to launch my presentation. This is the first car, as you have seen, if you are following the World Cup, Football World Cup, this car is advertised. It's a car of the year 2022, Kia EV6. It's a car by no means worse than Tesla, no means inferior to Tesla, and it's more state-of-the-art when it comes to some features, and if you when it comes to value for money, it's incomparable. A Korean engineer, when he retired from Tesla, he was brought back to South Korea and developed the drive system. It's an electric vehicle powered with a 2- or 4-wheel drive. Second slide. This is a car mentioned twice today, Toyota Mirai. When it comes to air resistance index, brilliant, absolutely brilliant, 4-door car, hydrogen powered. And here, when we have several dozen such cars in Poland, but there is no refueling station, charging station for such cars. And the situation in the market is, you have to wait several months or more for such a car. But Toyota has its policy. 2 cars, one electric and the other one hydrogen. You could say there are very eco cars. Not quite, I wouldn't agree. I compare these cars to a Holz gas car. The young ones among you don't remember, but I remember such cars, old German cars, still used in the Podkarpacie region. Why? In order to charge these cars, whether it's electric energy or hydrogen, we need to use energy produced by coal-powered station, coal-powered or lignite power station. It doesn't matter which one. Power plant. So it's supposed to be an ecological car, environmentally friendly car, but charging is by no means eco-friendly. And let me go to the crux of the matter. We have the superstructure. When it comes to small photovoltaic installations, we are, when it comes to micro installations, home installations, we are close to Germany when it comes to number of these installations per number of people. But these, when there is no power supplies, they do not function. They are useless if we don't have an external power supply. The entire system in Poland of distributing energy is a dozen or so years behind Europe. We have a one way to go. We have energy production and send it to home. But so creating a whole system for this energy to be able to go back to the grid, to collect it and store it and transmit it, the system is not prepared. That's why we need a solution, find a solution which is a systemic solution, not for a year or two, but with a guarantee of at least 10 years. Small, slightly larger energy storage facilities for those who have photovoltaic installations. And this solution cannot be a solution used, for example, when it comes with photovoltaics, when we have so many companies, because it was fashionable and there were subsidies. The fashion for photovoltaics has ended, and so have the subsidies, and there are just 15% of such companies have been left on the market. We buy something that costs 50,000 zlotys, a mini or 10 kilowatt farm, but we forget that this has to be maintained and serviced like a car, like anything else. That should go through an MOT. Another thing, now there is a fashion for heat pumps, and this is an investment with no return, because people were told that heat pumps are super eco-friendly. Not true, it's not ecological. As you know, if you are interested, I have some calculations, I can send them to you. This is an investment with no return. A warranty is for 10 years. In 10 years, you can't have a return on this investment in 10 years. So when you lose the warranty expires, then that's it. And if now we hear about subsidies for storage facilities, and we will go in the same direction as we did with photovoltaics and heat pumps. And this is a call for you, for academia, for researchers. We need a solution that is sensible. Subsidies for storage facilities, which with a capacity of, let's say, 10 kilowatts and weigh 70 kilos, mainly made in China. This doesn't make sense at all. We should use storage facilities based on solutions used in the automotive industry, because they have so many years of experience. Everything has been tried and tested there. These are modular solutions where the storage facility of 5 kilowatts weighs about 25 kilograms, and we can build it and expand it in any way we want. It's very easy to build 20, 30, 50 kilowatts, and these storage facilities are not ones where 1 kilowatt of energy costs about $750. It costs about 40% less. That's not enough. If that one cell doesn't work, the other one will continue to work. If we have 15 kilowatts, then it's 3 times 5 kilowatts. If one doesn't work, 10 will still work. In a storage facility, which is a block, nothing will work if one element fails. So, irrespective of whether we produce hydrogen or electric energy from photovoltaics, we need storage facilities for energy in order to be sure that when there is a power breakdown, people will have energy at home to maintain various operations of the fridge, of the internet, and of boilers, first of all. And so someone comes to charge their car with hydrogen or whatever, or electricity, they will be able to do so because there will be a storage facility. And without storage facilities, we will achieve nothing. So I urge you, I ask you to do everything you can to go in that direction. I know that solutions we've been discussing today, hydrogen solutions, strategic solutions for the country, for the economy, are important. But other important solutions are those that are needed by ordinary citizens. And my dream for today is next year to build a station to charge both a hydrogen car, an electric car, on the basis of our own photovoltaics and our own storage facilities. It's not easy. And the reason is simple. There are no investment banks in Poland. Banks in Poland, I will say openly, they just there to collect money. Banks are ruled by analysts. There is no possibility to obtain funds, even with full guarantees, if you don't have specific incomes every month. So I urge all of you to shout loudly. Let's have an investment, a true investment bank in Poland. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I thought that you are coming to us with an idea for such a storage facility, but you're actually wanting us to do that. One thing that this presentation made me think about, I was visiting a company that is that has been focusing on hydrogen energy. He bought 3 Toyota Mirai just to use the batteries that are used there. Batteries that use hydrogen. He's just looking for a very practical solution. Something that he can use, a specific fuel cell. And that's also what you are proposing, for us not to try to reinvent the wheel, but since we have something that is already working, automotive and aviation. These are the sectors which have very well developed technologies, and probably that's where the systems are that we should look for in the first place. So this was the final presentation from this block, from this section. And now we would like to pass on to the next section, our first, the hydrogen-based technologies. Graduate of technologies, our first presenter, he left and lived in Taiwan. After he graduated, he set up a hydrogen-related company together with his peers. Their company has developed several very interesting technologies, and now he's back in Wrocław. We are trying to involve him in our hydrogen initiatives, and since we want to support young people, we would like him to also use our network to spread the message. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. It's a great honor to be part of such an expert group of enthusiasts of green energy and hydrogen. I'm really happy to be here. My name is Jacek Gliniak. I'm the co-founder of High Power Green Technology company based in Taiwan. Probably you know that Taiwan is a country where the main industry section is semiconductors. We set up the company in 2018. We're focusing on research related to hydrogen and hydrogen-based technologies, including hydrogen fuel cells. Beginning 2021, I'm back in Poland. We would like to also develop our activities here. To use Poland as a stepping stone for our expansion in Europe. Our company has two leading products that we've been developing over the years. Let me tell you about them. The first relates to a concept that I'm sure you're unfamiliar here in Europe. It's a concept that is pretty much in advance: hydrogen recycling. The next product is MGen, a methanol fuel cell. Also a concept that has been less popular but has been gaining momentum here in Poland and in Europe. Every year, around 19 million tons of hydrogen are being generated, mainly gray hydrogen generated using fossil fuels and not renewable energy. The estimates show that for every kilogram of hydrogen we generate 7 kilograms of CO2. We believe that if we wish to address the problem of global warming and reduce CO2 emissions, we should also pay attention to the emissions that are involved in hydrogen generation. It's about 30% of global CO2 emissions. Apart from hydrogen generation, green hydrogen generation, it's also the idea to recycle hydrogen. And the concept is pretty simple. Hydrogen is a byproduct for semiconductor manufacturing processes, in metal production, etc., etc. Once hydrogen is used in the process, it's either let into the atmosphere or it undergoes combustion. Our product, ETP, can use hydrogen from waste gases, so we can purify it to 70%. So if we have around 100 liters of waste gas, we can actually recycle and get around 70 liters of hydrogen. So this is a great potential for deployment. Our technology is based on membrane technology. Step by step we are purifying the gas. The first stage in the purification process is fully adjustable to processes and gas compositions. As you can see, membrane-based technology consists in particles and substances that can permeate through membranes and that are stopped by membranes, whereas hydrogen, the membranes are hydrogen permeated. The other product is the fuel cell powered by methanol. Methanol is a substance that is very much alike to ethanol, alcohol, which humans can consume. Methanol is not fit for consumption, but has many properties that are quite like the ethanol. It's a liquid, it's quite safe, it does not require high pressure in storing. So Actually, if we use methanol, all the problems we have in storing hydrogen are solved. And also, the cost of generating 1 kilowatt hour is comparable to the energy generated using diesel. Another plus is that it involves 40% less CO2 emissions when compared to diesel generators. Why do I compare our product to diesel generators? Because our product targets the uses that are usually reserved for diesel generators. So wherever it's difficult to, wherever there is a shortage of other energy sources, and there might be some trouble with energy supplies, and this is backup for military uses, for hospitals, etc. Apart from electricity and current, the generator also produces heat that can also be used. Methanol is mixed with water. Inside the device we have a reformer that translates methanol into hydrogen and CO2. And then hydrogen is used in high temperature fuel cell, which transforms it into power and heat. And of course, there is CO2 emissions involved, but please imagine green methanol. If we had green methanol, the CO2 emission issue would not actually be an issue, because we'll have a closed-circuit circular technology, SOX, NOx, no emissions there, no vibrations, no noise, and actually a lot of storage problems being solved, as well as issues with instability of energy supply. I think the microgrid idea is very compatible with our concept. This kind of generator can be used whenever we lack solar power, there is no wind, for wind power generation. Then we can generate extra power using this kind of fuel cell. We used it in mobile electric cars refueling, recharging stations. There are many possible uses. The sky is the limit. Whatever our imagination tells us the potential applications are, we could go for it. These are my colleagues working in Taiwan, and I am now developing our ideas here in Poland, promote our ideas and designs. If you have any further questions, please get in touch, drop me an email. I'll be very happy to get back to you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, please get in touch with Jacek, because he's bringing very interesting ideas. Our next speaker is Mr. Tomasz Licznerski from AI Labs, and he will talk about the software that will support hydrogen applications in different sectors. Welcome. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present our concept. It's actually an optimization idea. Probably you might be wondering what has biogas plant and AI doing at a conference like this. Let me try to answer. Biogas plant is a very important part of the cycle where we use green hydrogen using anaerobic fermentation. In quite an easy way, we can transform bio-waste into biogas, which is a mix of two gases, CO2 and methane. Methane is then used for fuel, generation, RNG fuel generation. It can also be used in heat and power generation. Combined heat and power generation. Biogas production involves 3 stages: hydrolysis, acidogenesis, acetogenesis, and methanogenesis. These processes are at play simultaneously. I think despite the fact that we have a thorough the description of the whole biogas production process, still there are some blind spots. Biogas production also involves emissions of CO2. We have organic products being fermented, and this is the green CO2, which is not originating from fossil fuels. It can be used with green hydrogen to generate green methanol. The previous speaker mentioned that methanol might be an alternative fuel. So in terms of software and algorithms involving AI, artificial intelligence, in our technical startup, AI Labs, we are focusing on the practical aspect of algorithm use in biogas plants, as shown in the scientific papers that we also analyzed, the savings and increasing the production of gas in biogas plants controlled via using the AI algorithms and machine learning actually leads to an increase in productivity in production up to 20%. So it's a very simple solution. It does not cost much, but allows the biogas plant to increase production and reduce carbon footprint. So just imagine we can have 20% more biogas with no substantial investment in infrastructure, just using AI optimization. When we use machine learning for biogas plant applications, we can use it for anaerobic fermentation process. There are many factors that could be monitored, and for preventing maintenance. In terms of monitoring and controlling the anaerobic fermentation process, we wish to ensure its greater stability, to prevent and predict any potential malfunctions. And for example, we can also support some processes in case of malfunctions using AI. The biology that is behind the 4-stage process, involving the 4 different processes, is pretty complex. So controlling the amount of organic substrates is necessary for optimum biogas production. Here in this slide you can see just several of the parameters that need to be controlled as the biogas is being made. So you have total nitrogen, carbon temperature, pressure, the acidity of the fermentation medium, VFA, etc., etc., toxic substances. All these factors need to be analyzed using machine learning algorithms. And there also needs to be possibility of reacting to any changes that are recorded. Usually when we present a project, we speak about objectives first, but that was on purpose that I would like to talk about it towards the end of my presentation. Our objectives is to look for appropriate models for predictive analytics, for optimizing anaerobic fermentation, and to increase the operational capacity of biogas production plants. Thank you very much. We're still going to talk about biogas plants, modern plants. The European Union is increasingly perceiving biogas plants and biomass as the stabilizing factor, and Professor Grzegorz Krzos, the founder of the Biose company with its seat in Wrocław, has been working towards using the available knowledge in practical solutions. Will tell us about what we have at hand and what is already available. Thank you very much. I wish I can interest you in a topic that is a bit unpopular among our in our communities, biogas production plants. What is happening to them? The statistics of such plants in Poland are quite poor when you compare them with results from Germany, Belgium, Czech Republic, the UK, etc., etc. That's why I decided that I would like to show you some statistics that demonstrate why the EU decided to actually focus on three energy carriers: hydrogen, e-methanol, or biomethanol, methanol. Well, we add the green here in order to make the association with green hydrogen and green CO2. Secondly, we need to be aware that if we have biogas power plants which can be transformed into biomethane plants, we're getting significantly closer to being self-sufficient in terms of energy. Because of the ongoing war, the EU has very quickly triggered Repower EU. Let me just quote one significant statistics which will show you where we are right now when compared to the north and west of Europe. We have now secured funding to construct 1,000 biomethane plants in Poland. Right now, fully operational plants of this type are in dozens. The statistics show, our statistic data shows that there's 160 something such plants, but not all are fully operational. Mostly there are first generation installations. You can see the green balloons when you're driving. These are actually these plants. We should build 1,000 such plants, and actually 5 countries within the EU is supposed to build 1,000 such plants each, and there is the funding secured for this. This, according to calculations, should ensure our energy self-sufficiency, but actually we are now buying energy carriers from the United States, from Canada, liquefied natural gas, for example, very pricey, which we'll feel very acutely in the first and second quarter of next year. Then we will really quickly understand why we need to get to work and really construct these biomethane production plants. On the 1st of March, we'll be making the first applications as Innovative EU or Repower these are the two sources of funding. And there is a lump sum support, regardless of the side of the applicant. We've heard about different funding opportunities today, but they were all dependent on the location and the size of the entities. Actually, the EU is offering 60% of funding. The other 40% is own contribution, but there are also loans that are very advantageous when compared to Polish offers by Polish banks. Perhaps not all the technologies are listed here on this slide, but in line with circular economy, thermal waste treatment is still high on the list of priorities. Many communities are afraid of this aspect, and that's why we are lagging behind in energy transformation. Because whenever we think about this, we think about an old type of combustion power plants. Whereas in many other countries around Europe, many of such plants, as a byproduct, have only steam. Photovoltaic cells are very well known, but actually biomethane is one of the priorities in the EU. The so-called green liquid gas is actually biomethanol. So if we have a biomethane plant and then we liquidify the gas, we will have the green LNG that is equivalent to LNG now produced from fossil fuels that that we can buy in at gas stations, and green LNG would be a must for many companies. There is a recommendation. That's why many companies are now changing their business model and are building biomethane production plants next to their facilities. All right, and then the green hydrogen. As both partner and as the person who's responsible for funding different ventures on behalf of the Wrocław University of Economics, we managed to secure funding, design and construct a biogas production plant in the vicinity. There are no other balloons than the one that is used for biofermentation tanks, certified. It is a very cheap and effective fertilizer for farmers. This is what it looks like up close. Usually, there are no smells involved in this kind of production unless there are some malfunctions. So 10 years ago we were designing another installation. We made some mistakes and it was quite smelly. Right now there is no smell. Such installations, such facilities can be run without any obnoxious smells. As the logistics, the only malfunction can result from lack of efficient logistics. So whenever we have waste from slaughterhouses or waste that is being transported not in sealed containers, so if we don't use this kind of waste, all the other fractions will not generate any smells. I think Germans, the Dutch, and other nations know that's the case. There are 11,000 such facilities, each generating at least 2 megawatts. So please just imagine if we switch them off. If you wanted to switch off such distributed power plants, dispersed network of biogas production plants, you'd have to use 11,000 missiles, and a very good hacker to actually locate them. So here we can produce green energy and achieve a low carbon footprint. As you can see, the facility is clean and neat. I think we would need to have a tourist office, because we are every second day we are receiving delegations of people coming from all over Poland. This is the second generation biogas plant. And now let's look at the third generation. We don't have it in place yet. So this is something that we'll call biomethane plant. What should it involve? The final product will be biomethane, which is purified gas that could be pumped into the grid, or which could be liquefied, and then we'll have green LNG. As a byproduct of separation, we'll have CO2, which is also green CO2, which is also an interesting substance. I'll tell you why. And then artificial intelligence, it's actually an obligatory factor, a compulsory factor, but no facility that now exists in Poland uses any kind of semi-intelligent software, but using AI and machine learning, we can really make these plants much more efficient. We're looking for such container solutions that will be fully sealed, that will guarantee great mixing capacity. We have such containers already in place in 2 locations in Lower Silesia, which allow us to really rationally use substrates. We can mix and match different substrates, and the less such installations are difficult to bear, difficult to host for the communities, the better they are at producing energy, actually. As my colleague from Taiwan mentioned, the thinking there is much more advanced. People are already thinking what's next. These installations are meant to last 20-25 years, but after that everything can be dismantled and reused. They're already thinking about that. And actually Jacek, whom we force to share his Taiwanese experience, will hopefully be involved in the first such proof of concept installation here, made in Poland, made in Wrocław. Right now we are buying everything, all such installations, either from the Netherlands or Italy, and when you want to buy such an installation you have to pay a lot and wait a long time, but our own technologies are much advanced, and these numbers show you the situation right now. We can actually achieve separation of biomethane from biogas. So we have biomethane and green CO2. And the green CO2 is also part of another project that we are implementing with one of the European leaders. Unfortunately, it's a foreign company, but it's one of the biggest off-takers of biomethanol from Poland. So we have a green photovoltaic farm where we implemented a hybrid installation where we can generate not only power and heat, but actually using green H2 and CO2 to generate to generate methane. The methane that is not generated in Poland, generally, we're just having one ship, cargo ship, coming to Poland every month to our port in Szczecin. These solutions were so promising that in another of our startup projects, we decided to use the devices that have been manufactured quite recently in Wrocław, can be powered in full with green energy. We are now running a pilot project in one of the Wrocław high schools and in several workplaces where we have system healthy food distribution systems. We're also one of the leaders in Europe because we are working together with two major home appliances manufacturers that are assisting us. I invite you and encourage you to use such appliances, such devices. We can now design them, we can manufacture them, we can ensure all the standards, environmental permits, despite the fact that they are still quite costly. The returns are very high and quick. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the organizers are determined to finish our session at 5:05. So my proposal is to give up the panel session, but to do a brief summary of this session. But before we do that, I would like to invite one more guest, a foreign guest, because others have presented themselves, but Silvia Pietra Luga should have a presentation during the panel which won't be there, but so I've asked her to do it at the end of this session, and in this way we will be able to get to know another partner of our Lower Silesia Hydrogen Valley. Silvia, the floor is yours.
For inviting me here. Actually, I came to meet some colleagues to discuss some details on basic science, but since I'm here and I came with a few slides, I can give you some highlights, really brief highlights of what is happening in Italy. I will not be exhaustive of all the projects and the national program that is being carried on, but okay, they are just highlights and some names and references that I hope will be useful. So I'm a researcher, actually. I'm a researcher from the National Research Council, the Institute for Photonics and Nanotechnologies, and I have a background of optoelectronic engineer. So I've been working for many years on devices for photonics devices for optical signal processing, and then I passed to photovoltaics, to optics for photovoltaics for a few years, and now I'm on that side and also on the material side, and the nanomaterial side was the reason why I was here. But I'm not staying on that. I will move on. Here are my accounts and my email if you want to contact me. So. The first thing I wanted to say is that actually we have entered this National Recovery and Resilience Plan funded by the Next Generation EU in Italy, and Italy is investing about €500 million on this measure number 3 of mission 2, component 2 of our resilience plan. So devoted to renewable energy, hydrogen network, and sustainable mobility. The measure number 3 is the production, distribution, and final use of the hydrogen. And so the flagship projects are those hydrogen valleys, and in support to the production and local use of green hydrogen in industry and transportations. And the idea of these hydrogen valleys, as they are funded by the PNRR project, is to requalify dismissed industrial areas and boost new economical renaissance at local level. Because in Italy, we are facing the situation where we have a deindustrialization. We have had a strong deindustrialization in the past 10 or 15 years, I would say. And we are left with these economical and social problems in some local, specifically local areas. And so the government thinks this is an opportunity to requalify those areas and to boost again the economy. And 5 regions were specifically chosen to be these flagship hydrogen valleys. I mentioned them because you will find them if you want to get in touch. They are Piemonte. It seems strange, but it is so, because the automotive big industry left, and we have deindustrialized areas in Piemonte. Friuli, Venezia Giulia, I will come to this later. Umbria, Basilicata, and Puglia in the south of Italy. Okay. But apart from these projects related to the Next Generation EU, we also have projects that had started a few years ago. And I mention a couple of them here. The first one is this transnational, international project, actually, carried on by Friuli Venezia Giulia region. So Friuli Venezia Giulia is one of the hydrogen valley of the Next Generation EU plan, but it has been active for some years, and it was the first to sign a letter of intent for the establishment of this North Adriatic hydrogen valley with Croatia and Slovenia. I mentioned it, and I was happy because this morning there was a colleague mentioning the possibility to have interactions from I don't remember if it was Czech Republic with the regions at the borders, including Croatia and Slovenia. So if you want to go a little bit further, you can also join Italy. And I just mentioned here the website where you can find more information. And then we have this hydrogen valley in Lombardy, and this is an initiative related to this project to decarbonize local transportation, the railways. This is a real valley. It's a hydrogen valley in the sense that the main project is Hai2 Aisio in Val Camonica. Val Camonica is a valley in the Alps in Lombardy, and where we had a railway that was not electrified. So this is a project to substitute fossil fuel on a railway with the hydrogen, actually, in a few years. And this is a project that involves the railways, the train initiatives, the Lombardy region. I did not mention, this is my fault, Alstom, which is the manufacturer that is building the train. And it involves the local regional energy cluster in Italy. So the first big project is this railway hydrogen powered, and then the second networking action is this creation of the first regional integrated supply chain for the production, storage, and distribution and commercialization of green hydrogen for transport, mobility, and logistics sectors. And so the technologies involved are an electrolyzer for hydrogen production, storage and compression systems at the production site, and the storage system functional to the distribution point to allow refueling of trains at the stations. So for this, you can refer to Lombardy region or to the Lombard energy cluster. Then I wanted to mention the activities in Trentino province. It's a pity that Dr. Luigi Crema cannot be here, because he is the director of the Center for Sustainable Energy at the Foundation Bruno Kessler, and he is deeply involved nationally and internationally with initiatives related to hydrogen. At the Foundation Bruno Kessler, there are about 40 researchers working on renewable energies, and most of them involved directly on hydrogen. And they hold dozens of projects since 20 years. And they have a strong collaboration with the local administration and on local projects. Again, among the projects they have, they have an hydrogen valley in the sense that they also have this problem of non-electrified railways, this time in another valley, which is Valsugana. So they are converted the railway into hybrid hydrogen. And then they are also involved in this hydrogen production in dismissed industrial sites, and on projects on waste conversion into biofuel and hydrogen, where Foundation Bruno Kessler is the technological partner in collaboration with the local university and the local administration. And then they have also an ongoing project on hydrogen filling stations to support sustainable automotive, mobility, hydrogen powered. They are working with the local administration, Trentino province, and with the Trentino Innovation Hub, and they are also, Dr. Crema is a member of the board in Hydrogen Europe Research. The last example I'm talking about is this national joint research platform on hydrogen. So aside of these Hydrogen Valley projects, a couple of years ago, there was the foundation of this association, which is led by the Politecnico di Milano, so Polytechnical University in Milan, especially from the foundation Politecnico di Milano. And it is an association of companies. So industries and the Politecnico di Milano. We have founders that are energy big industries, big companies in Italy. And then the actual partners is this list of companies. So you have manufacturers of trains, and you have how to say, funding associations, companies doing, producing vessels or catalyzers or gas processing companies. There are a dozen of them, and what is typical is that hydrogen is not the core business for any one of them, actually. But what they say is that they feel as a need, as an absolute necessity to be there. We met on the 1st of December, and this was what they were saying. So even if the market for hydrogen is not at present boosting, okay, it is a strategy to be there, okay? So they are investing a share of the budget on this project. So, they are industries and the Politecnico di Milano. Why? To support competitive innovation along all the supply chain of the hydrogen. And how? By funding seed projects and networking. So they are working. They are working on in two ways. They are funding horizontal projects that are thought to be widely interesting to all of the partners. Okay. So they have one on integrated energy system modeling and the hydrogen role. There is a second one on the environmental LCA of the Hy2 production as renewable and blue hydrogen. And the third project on mapping of a possible hydrogen supply chain in Italy. And then there is a scientific committee that selects projects that are called vertical projects, that are seminal funding projects on specific themes to be eventually scaled up in bigger partnership at national or international level. So this is interesting. It was one of those projects I was thinking about when I came here, because if we propose a seed project that is internally funded by the JRP, but we have potential international partners, then the JRP supports to go for European funding on this or this sort of scale up. So it's and the references, the contacts are Professor Stefano Campanari and Gianluca Valenti. And then I just mentioned here the National Italian Energy Technology Cluster with the references. Established in 2017, and then I'm personally involved in the scientific committee of the National Italian Smart Community Technology Cluster that also has an eye on hydrogen technologies. And then as in Lombardy, we have again the Energy Lombardy Cluster and the Smart Cities and Communities, where the National Research Council has a strong role, actually. So, thank you.
Dziękujemy Sylwii. Proszę Państwa, i poproszę w tej chwili naszego prezesa, pana Sławomira Sobkiewicza i pana profesora Jerzego Kaletę, który był przewodniczącym, jest przewodniczącym jeszcze naszej konferencji w komitecie programowym, o kilka ostatnich zdań podsumowania po tym dzisiejszym trudnym dniu. Proszę bardzo.
Proszę Państwa, nie dowierzam. Po prostu zbliżyliśmy się do końca.
We have come to the end of our conference. This time, these topics we've been talking about, well, at least for me, have stopped time. It's incredible because it shows what an interesting topic we've been talking about. It shows me what makes our hydrogen valley in Lower Silesia different. Maybe I'm a little bit immodest, but we are simply the best valley. We have a potential. You've all talked about that. All the presentations that have been shown here, they simply show that. So in fact, now we should bring all those ideas together, get everybody working together, academia, you, startups who are passionate about working with hydrogen, in order for us to be able to pursue these topics. As we do that, we will also continue to build our local hydrogen market because it's important. If we are to produce hydrogen, we should have off-takers. We will have them if all these initiatives, projects will start to be implemented. The more hydrogen we have, the cheaper it gets. Now we will hear questions. Will you take green hydrogen, but how much it will cost? We need to use it in the whole technological process of chemical synthesis, energy generation, but we are here to get this hydrogen economy going. And thank you very much for coming here, for presenting what you have presented. So brilliant. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this panel, which will not take place, we are trying to sum up this discussion. What lessons are to be learned from this conference by the Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley? First of all, we wanted to be convinced that what has been shown from our colleagues from Denmark, in Hobro and Skive, that it is possible to build a community potential to combine the actions of politicians, local authorities, science, academia, in order what we talk about in the form of projects and intentions, they have in the form of ready-made installations showing us how the energy system has changed, the raw material system has changed, how society has changed. We have selected 2 locations, Skive and Hobro, because they are more or less the size of Milic, the town mentioned by Mr. Banish. We need such examples in order for us to accomplish our goals. How far are we in this journey? Professor Grzegorz Krzos said that we needed biomethane plants. We don't have them. We only have biogas plants. A typical biomethane plant in Denmark is 15 megawatts. Now we are talking about an installation with a capacity of 1.5 megawatts. On the 1st of December last year, in Denmark, 27 or 8% of gas was biomethane. In 2032, the entire gas installation system will contain biomethane. This biomethane from biogenic CO2, 50% of it is biogenic methane. It can be used for e-fuels, e-ammonia, e-methanol. Engines will not disappear, but they need different fuels. Perhaps next time, because I'm very impressed by the presentations of Dr. Silvia Pietra Unga, perhaps next time we will use examples from Italy. These examples are closer to our reality. If we take our colleagues from the Netherlands, they have hydrogen investments with budgets in billions, huge projects which cannot be easily transferred to the Polish reality. But Danish and Italian examples are very uplifting to us because we can see that this can be done within a reasonable time framework. Also in Poland. I do hope that this first conference, Hydrogen as a Remedy to Energy and Climate Crisis, which is to be a regular element of the activities of our Hydrogen Valley, will be repeated and developed with new topics tackled. And I hope that soon we will be able to show you new projects with huge funds which can be obtained. And please bear in mind that the EU has earmarked 200 million euros just for hydrogen project. They cannot be earmarked, used for other projects. So with these hopes, I would like to leave you, inviting you to the second part of our encounter. But I hope that we will be able to speak in more concrete terms during the next conference. I'm grateful for the logo of this conference because it reminds me of an economy which has to use hydrogen to become a strong economy. It's a symbol of the fact that hydrogen is really strong, but we need to use it simply. The second idea is that we're not building hydrogen technologies for hydrogen technologies' sake to have a product for the energy sector. We are building a hydrogen economy. The high number of presentations showing various ideas for using hydrogen shows that this is about building know-how in chemistry, in material science, building economy that will be able to do without, unthinkable today, without oil and natural gas. But this is a real possibility. And this also shows a way to do that. We cannot answer the question whether we should first make green hydrogen or create off-takers for this hydrogen. We are asked by people. We will generate green hydrogen, but who will buy it? Those who want to generate methanol, but where to get green hydrogen from? So the hydrogen valleys are to build entire, complete value chains like the Dutch, the Danish, or the Italians do. We are building entities that will collaborate, not compete, but collaborate, because they will create value chains, they will exchange raw materials, they will offtake hydrogen and provide for us products at competitive prices. This is the objectives of the organizations we are creating. One more positive point. See the huge potential that we have, but it is dispersed. We need to get it together, like in those countries with well-developed economies. I hope that next time we will be able to speak of greater consolidation of this economic and scientific potential, about a bigger project and specific implementation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen,